Stream hasn't even started yet, and I'm already sensing some attempted murder here in the chat. What are you doing? What is happening? There, we just got some fucking waiting music going on here, and already the guns are out. But hello, everybody. Hello, how are you guys doing today? Welcome in, Kira, Jack, Shaggy, and Paul. Oh my god, so many guns. It's a gun battle here. Good morning. Ooh.
This Pepsi is flat.
Oh, okay. Would you like a new one, BB, or would you like something else that's new today? Is something new today? I mean, it's not my fault that you didn't drink it in time. Like, you're the one that drinks soda. You should know that, you know, Pepsi will go flat over time if you don't drink it all. You silly bear. But yes, welcome. I think my stream kind of shit itself a little bit because I started stream and I went and I was like making like the post for Twitter to let everybody know, and I came back and it looked like it wasn't. Oh, bread please. Okay. Oh shit, that's the game. Get out. And I came back and like the stream manager was dark and I was trying to figure out what was going on, and I think it pretended it started, but it didn't actually. But no, I mean, it started, so we're here. I mean, I'm talking to you guys, so everything is fine. Okay, let's get some bread. Let's get this bread. Get our snack for the stream. Let's see, where is it? Twitch be like that sometimes. I mean, it really do be. I just never had that happen to me before, so I was kind of like, whoa. Whoa. Okay, here is your bread, little baby. I wish I could flip it. Can I flip the image? On. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. I can flip the bread. What the fuck? Always refresh after starting stream. Yeah, maybe I should get into the habit too. To prevent that. Oh. No, not the Pepsi. I want the bread. It keeps making me want to. I'm throwing this Pepsi up here in the corner. Y'all can't see it. I mean, I can't either, but... What am I grabbing now? I just want the bread. The bread.
Nom nom nom.
Oh my god. This fucking bread. I can't. Hold on. Maybe I'm going to take it away from you for a second. Then we'll put it back in. I just like ripped the bread out of his mouth. Wait a minute. I'm fixing. I can't start the stream.
My red tea.
No, I'm giving it back. Here it is. It's like I can't. We can't start the stream unless BB gets his bread. It has to be perfect. Okay. There. Okay. Here you go. The BB's bread. Hold it like this. There you go. Perfect. Now I'll have to do that again in the... What do you call it? The gaming scene.
Perfect.
There you go. Yeah, perfect. What was this? Oh, what's that one? Never mind. I was like, what is this image I'm moving here? That's unseen. But no, there we go. But yes. So, for those of you that don't know, today we are playing Our Life, beginning and always. Don't mind the jump scare. A jump scare. I need to get that channel point redeem going. I have to figure that out.
Next time you take away my snack, I'll commit a crime.
I know. I was just trying to. I was trying to fix it. The bread wasn't good. I had to give you a fresh slice. Be grateful. But yeah, so this is a visual novel game made by GP Patch Studios, and what I really like about this visual novel is that basically, you know, as the title says, you know, Our Life, you're basically like living your life through this game in separate steps. So in the first step, I believe you and the characters start out
The
as...
older the better. Like cheese.
I know, like, listen, I know you're a little trash baby, but you know, that's not healthy for you. You gotta eat the fresh bread, dingus. But yeah, in the first step, we start out as maybe like 8 or 10 years old, and then we, in the second step, we go to preteen, and the next one we're like teenagers, like on like 18 years old. And I really like that storytelling through that. Like when I first played it, I was like really into it. I was really immersed. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm actually living like alive. Like it's all so different. And going through childhood and teenagehood again. Oh my god, the horrors. But you know. And I think I'm trying to explain it, but honestly, it's better if I just like play the game. Why explain it with my trash ramblings when we could just play the damn game, you know? So we're going to play. I have played this game before. I played it a lot, actually, but only when I romanced the main character, because at the time they didn't have the 2 other character DLCs out yet. So I figured we'd go through the first character's route, which is the longest route. It goes through all of the steps, and then we can do the other 2 characters' route as well later on in future streams. And yeah, it'll be great. All right, I'm gonna have to go down here now. There we go. Turn off this music. Turn on that music. Give BB his bread again. Where? Here it is. Listen, don't get mad, BB. I didn't take away your snack. You dropped it. I'm gonna pick it back up for you.
Do you want a bite of the bread? I feel like sharing today.
I don't want to. Not the dropped one, but yeah,
I warned
sure.
you.
Listen, I didn't take it from you. I'm. Oh wait, what the fuck? This is what I want. Now stop losing your damn breads. I can't. If we're gonna run out of the loaf, I'm gonna have to go back into town and get another loaf. If you keep dropping these. All right. Yeah. It's time. Food tax. Okay, you're gonna have
Flip
the rest.
that bitch.
I did. There. There you go. There's your bread. Enjoy. There we go. Honestly, I probably would have played the 2 DLCs off stream. Actually, when the first DLC came out, I wasn't streaming at the time, but I would have played it. But what happened is that when the DLC came out, for some reason, all of my save files got deleted, and I was kind of, I felt it was a tragedy, really. And I was like, you know what? No, you took away all my save files, all my memories that I made with these characters. I don't want to play anymore. But now I got over it. I should specify bitch equals bread. Honestly, I mean, we all bread here. We all bitches here. BB would never call you that. That's true. We may bicker, but you know, we a family here. I'll call him a bitch, but he doesn't call me a bitch. Alright, let me go ahead. Is everything ready? Yes, yes. Alright. New file. Would you like gameplay
Love you,
explanations?
Papa.
I'll accept that. Do you want a bite of the bitch? Take a bite from that bitch. Okay, would I like gameplay explanations to appear? No. Y'all get no tutorial. I know how this works. I know how it works. No. Oh yeah, and then we gotta make ourselves. So my name is Dae. Going to be Ursa. And what's cool about this game is that they have a DLC where the characters can't, like, there's a little bit of voice acting in this game, and there's a DLC where they'll actually say like your character's names. It's a selected amount of names though, so I don't think there's any Dae in there, but it does have that. Me mashing Animal Crossing. Exactly. I'm a pro. I don't need no tutorial. Oh god, not that. There we go. Peachy. Yeah, Peachy. A Peachy Keen. Oh, chubby. Peach square. No, I'm always round. I gotta be round like my little BB here. That's what I look like. When I was a cub. Just like BB. Not really, though. Maybe a little different. There was a little bit more skin in there. Where? What the fuck? Oh, I remember now. Let's see. Oop. Let's go the other way. I am a child. What hair did I have when I was a child? I had a lot of hair, actually. Like, it was, like, untamable, unmanageable. And I would not let anybody brush it or anything like that, so I would just get, like, baseball knotted hair, and they'd have to, like, chop it, but then I'd just grow it back out again and still not brush it. So this is perfect. BB evolves into you. Yes, it's like a Pokemon. When BB gets enough experience points and does enough battles, he will evolve into a different character. Oh god, I felt that. Yeah. Eventually, I got a little bit more smarter, and I didn't. I just, like, kept cutting my hair. It's like, if I'm not gonna take care of it, I'm just gonna keep chopping it. I've grown it out recently, though. It's about, like, past my shoulders now. And I kind of don't like that. I need a haircut. You know, I need a haircut. I should get it one of these days. Okay, let's see. I think this is the orange. An eye shape. And it's probably the first ones that were better. Yeah. Get myself some little eyelashes. Except I brushed my hair and it was still not a knotted mess. It was just still that unattainable to get some nice untangled hair. Excuse me. Oh yeah, okay, so I'm gonna leave it at they pronouns for now. If you do pick one of these pronouns and then you change it in a later step, they'll acknowledge that and it'll switch it. Because I know, like, sometimes I'll, like, use one of these other twos and then be like, oh, I want a coming out story in these routes, and then it'll go to the second step, and then they'll be like, they adapted well to your new pronouns and your new identity and all that stuff. I was like, oh my god, yes. Very inclusive, very nice. Let's see, rosy cheeks. I don't really have any freckles. My face does get a little bit red sometimes, so I'll do that. Yeah, it's really nice. Let's see, glasses now. Did I have small hands? Slender, chubby? You know, it was probably I probably had chubby hands, to be honest with you. Listen, I ate a lot when I was a kid. I was a fat ass. I'm still a fat ass, but I was a big fat ass back then. And then let's see, accessories. I would wear hats. I would not wear any jewelry. And then I'll do pants and shirts. Because I hated skirts and dresses. They were the devil's clothing. I would never wear them. And then, okay. I think this is good. I think we can do that. Oh. I can click on that because I don't have the DLC. Right, let's go in. I have the power of speedy metabolism on my side. Hell yeah. I still eat like a fat. Well, I mean, if you can, you can. I mean, I still can, so I still eat like I do. It just be like that sometimes. You just gotta eat a lot. Okay, let me get my narration voice out. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of the year. Your usual sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Alright, all my family who tell me it'll catch up to me can suck eggs. Oh, fuck them. It's like just because you're jealous doesn't mean you gotta be a bitch, you know? I can't suck the eggs. Becca, how are you today? I'm doing pretty good. I'm very excited to play this today. I've been trying to be patient. I've been trying to, like, I was gonna wait till like the first day of summer, which I think is the 21st of June, to play this. But then I was like, oh my god, it's prom month. I'm gonna do whatever I want. So we're playing it now. There's so much hate, bestie. You can't do both. But they do, though. They have the ability. Eepy, well, you should go to sleepy. You stayed up too late and playing Minecraft, Becca. Gosh. It's in Minecraft. There's little grips around your throat. It's like, keep playing. Okay, we have 3 options here. You didn't really get why they always said hi. They saw you every day, but you know to back at them anyway. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people. Since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones, you were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to accept that. My caffeine addiction. Jeez. I don't think caffeine really affects me. Like, I'll drink tea, and it has like a little bit, has caffeine in it, but I just still conk out. I just still go to sleep. I think it's worn off on me. So I'm trying to think, well, which one of these would I have done as a child? I think around this age, I think I said hi to people. I think I was pretty friendly. I think I didn't like start getting like get the social anxiety, the quirky social anxiety till I got like into middle school. I guess it's true. Well, I mean, when you're having fun, time just flies. Caffeine makes me even more tired, and I don't even drink much. Yeah. I don't think it really affects me. Period. I think I just drink it, and then that's it. I just like the flavor. Like soda straight to sleep. Monster awake. It's like you gotta pick the correct recipe. We'll go ahead and pick this option. Oh, also, does this still do it? Oh, it does. Okay. So, what I like about this game as well is that you can just scroll. You can scroll back. So if there's like a choice you wanted to fix, you just like gotta scroll all the way back. Oh, those 2 back. Wait, shit. God damn it. I went too far. Now I have to go back through. Ah, shit. Don't look. I was trying to scroll forward again, but I think I just kept going back. Oh, jeez. Okay. The brains I drink helped me wake up for maybe an hour, so flip a little word. Why do people come to my house? Get off my house! Get out of here! It's my house. You'll always get the uninvited visitors. But you're just so popular. Everybody wants to be there. You enjoyed learning all about where they were visiting from and hope to visit those places one day too. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person or a statue that had magically sprung up in the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone's sunset bird was that people who you didn't recognize really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your mom's called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom's had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. Let's see, you hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it could be okay to talking to people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite then. I don't like the sound of this, man. Yeah. I mean, that's valid. So both of these are pretty good. But I think it's like important to like instill this into kids that it's like if you don't feel uncomfortable with this adult, you just gotta run. Run. Exactly. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door. You were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on, whether he was nice or not. You didn't want to be bothered. I mean, number one, pretty much. Like, there's some dude in front of my front door. Like, what the fuck are you doing there? You slowed down, your mind racing for ideas on how to get past him unseen, but it was too late to escape. There was a split second where your eyes met, and you took in a shaky breath. Your eyes darted into the sky, pretending to stare at a bird who was hovering nearby. Hey! His voice startled you and made you jump, but you didn't look at him. The bird lay on top of a nearby gatepost, and his black feathers ruffled against the gentle breeze. If I pretend to not see him, then he won't see me, right? Oh, the bells are ringing, the warning bells. Try to keep your eyes on it was tough, especially when the man stood up and started to make his way towards you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, you offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body was frozen in place as he approached. So it's pretty much like the three responses to danger is like fight, flight, or freeze. So probably freeze. I'm frozen. Ooh. Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked at the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. So, I mean, when a stranger approaches you and they ask, hey, you live here? I don't think you should really be like, yeah, I live here. Because then, now they know. And also, don't give them your name either. So, I continue to say nothing. I continue to pretend he doesn't exist. If you do, he rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably, giving you a small smile. Oh! He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well. Could you do me a favor? And now see, children. My little buds out there. If a man approaches you, a stranger, and he pulls out $20 and asks to do him a favor, this is the part where you turn tail and run away. Aw, hell nah! I'm booking. Just sprints back down the sidewalk. Nothing bad. Sorry, I should've... Let me start over. Yeah, I think you should. You're not making a good impression on the buds here. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. I have a son. His name is Cove, who's about your age. Cove? That seems like a strange name for an actual living person to you. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. I mean, it is a pretty cool name. But it is strange name. It's a strange name, but it's also a cool name too. Mary's pretty cool. You never met anyone with that name. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Dae Ursa, right? I met your moms earlier, and they told me you were 8, just like him, so... He took the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lip at the corner. Could you try to be friends with the boy? Trying to buy friends for your son? I don't know. I don't think that's the right type of business you should be getting into. Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him. But you gotta keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you.
Still don't trust him.
I mean, that's valid. You eyed the man. You kind of felt sorry for Ko. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? Had your moms done that for you and Lizzie? The thought made you frown. What do you say? Want to make a deal? I don't want your fucking money. Took a step back from him, clearly refusing to accept the offer. He deflated enough to notice, but not completely.
Are you sure?
It won't be so bad, even if it's just for the summer. That'd be enough. That only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't going to fly, he tucked the bill into a back pocket and changed the request. I get it. You don't have to. Would you be comfortable with he and I coming by for a normal visit? No money involved. Yeah, I want to meet him. Okay, you can do that, I guess. You'd have to ask my moms. You didn't answer the man. Well, I mean, you'd have to get my parents' permission. It's not up to me. His smile got bigger again. His eyes crinkled at the sides. Of course. They invited us over earlier, but I'd like to ask you to. I guess you can. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but... well, I don't know where he's gone off to. He left when he said that, but the way his face looked, he thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Huh? I can try. You nodded. Not totally certain that you found Ko, but willing to look. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Your moms are already chickening around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and... that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Dae. So much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to check the hills behind your house. Yeah, so that guy, he has an interesting way of doing things, as you can see. Like, man's a walking red flag, but isn't meaning to. Jail. You offered an 8-year-old $20 to do you a favor? Jail. Jail forever. Jail immediate. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you can see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You've always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach at all that much, especially the sand, which got absolutely everywhere. Oh my gosh, that's boring. Now, this is... I mentioned it on Jack's stream before, but I used to be obsessed with the movie The Little Mermaid, and I was so convinced. I was like, oh my gosh, Eric and Ariel, they're my real parents, and they live at the edge of the woods. And I would tell that to my mom so many times, and she still brings it up to me to this day. It's like, I'm just kind of like imagining like how that went through her mind. It's like, these are my real parents, as I'm pointing to like the fucking mermaid and cartoon people on the screen. She's like, all right then, if it's as you say. So, you know, in honor of that, the merfolk. Reminds me of Kingdom Hearts Atlantica. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you could almost convince yourself you had seen the flash of a shiny memory's tail in the distance. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. DAE'S! It's the boy! There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden in the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though a deer didn't have. Water noises and water effects, homie, just to like that... I didn't remember that, like, the water effects sounded like that in Kingdom Hearts, so when I heard it on your stream, I was like, what the fuck? This ain't water, this is jello. Also, I don't think deer have any of these features. Like, I mean, y'all seen a deer with green hair? Or pink casts? Or eyebrows? I feel like I'm tripping in that place. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's a pretty trippy place. Alright, let's see. Well, I mean, they didn't have green hair. Hit enter. Yes, okay. But this new boy did. You watched as it fluttered softly around his face in the breeze. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another, and then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show them you weren't scary. Are you lost, baby boy? No. You lost? Y'all remember that? Me? You lost, baby girl? He doesn't seem real. I mean, yeah, like, dude's such a character. But I mean, I know he's a character, but he really do be a character. Literally and figuratively. Hey, space cadet. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his side. Oh my god. We gotta fight. He didn't say anything. He just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? His eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? I'm all-knowing, after all. That's a lie. Tell the truth. Alright, your dad told me who you were. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. Well, I mean, you can't own a hill. I didn't pay for this hill. Enter. Why not? How could you? You just do. I had a hill back home. Well, this still isn't mine. Oh. He sat back down with a thumb, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers, too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. So, let's see. Why are you here? Why'd your family... what are you doing here, dude? Your dad's about to piss himself trying to figure out where you are. He's trying to pay people money to be your friend. Yes, he is very odd indeed. A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents... they don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him, and now we have a house here, and I want to go home. That first took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on. Oop. He got them divorced parents trauma. Just like me. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. I'm sorry. Your dad seems kind of nice. You'll like it here. You just gotta used to it. Stop crying. Stop crying. Stop being a goddamn baby about it. And your dad definitely...
Can't wait to see how this trauma affects him in a couple years.
Mm-hmm. You know? You guys will just have to wait and see. I'm gonna love playing through this route because y'all... I'm assuming like not everybody like has played this, so it is an indie game, so you guys would be like, oh my gosh, and I'd be like, I knew all along because I played this game for over 100 hours just on this route alone. Damn, the CLO approach, exactly. Oh, your life is falling apart? Get over it. Stop crying. Wah, wah, wah. My mom and your daddy got a divorce and we had to move. Wah. Just straight up be a bitch. Okay, but let's see. I'm sorry you're going through it, Cove. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound up again for another long crying fit. You felt bad for him, being forced to come here with no choice. You couldn't imagine what it would feel like to live with only one of your moms, but it must be pretty hard. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Dae? Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You can handle it. Just silly. His dad ain't nice. He's sus. And sussy. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It will be okay. I mean, it will be okay. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna all be fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not-bandaged arm. I still don't want to go. You called out yourself. Hey, well, over here. Here he is, officer. I caught the culprit. You waited silent with him. You tried to convince him. Well, I mean, we can't really force him, so we'll just wait till he's ready. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud. Oh my god, he's a bud? Oh my god, Cove's a bear bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Dae, you're here after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove, and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everybody acting like... It ain't such a big deal. I mean, a child went missing, but I mean, what's the real harm here? You're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. Uh, the moms. Yeah, we get 2 of them. 2 moms. Thank God you're both fine. So I think, okay, yeah, this one, the one on the left is mommy, and the other one on the right is mom. Were you two having fun out here? He looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. Anyways, they are very nice. Oh, damn. just right off the bat, I'm gonna marry him. I met him when he was... our first meeting was him having a mental breakdown about his parents getting divorced and having to move away, but you know what? I'll marry him. I can fix him. When I was like, yeah, he's alright. You know, smiling slightly. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the 3 of you. Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Dae knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Bye. Bye. The 2 of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? You nodded, ducking your head down. It sounds like words. So sassy. Sure, can I start with myself?
Of course.
Then okay. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied, and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. And yes, okay, yeah, so then we get to this portion where we have to choose our, like, you know, this is how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change in later steps. So we're basically, we choose over here how we feel about Cove, and then kind of like how our, like, response is to those feelings. So if we would chose, like, fond, which I'm going to do for this one, I figure for, like, this first step, we'll just, like, always be, like, it'll just be fond. And then, like, in the later steps, it'll change depending on, like, what character route we're going down. And then, basically, now this is kind of like our personality. So we could, like, choose, like, nervous, which means, like, we're, like, nervous to be friends. Like, got that little social anxiety. Or we're pretty relaxed about it. Or we're, like, more direct, like, more blunt with our feelings, too. It's just, like, a different personality responses, pretty much. I'm gonna go with relaxed for this one. Alright. No, that's good. Well, I should save anyway. Right here. Oh, and also the 20 pages that you can make for save slots is also very good. Yeah, I think it's a bit much to be like, I have a crush on this kid I just met. Yeah. But some people like to go for that love at first sight route, even though they're like 8. That's a lot of saves. And I'll tell you, back when I played this game for like 12 hours a day, I used it up every single one of them and still ran out. The gun. Right. We're ready. You'll be able to change again until step 2. Yeah, that's fine. Jail. Exactly. Oh, love at first sight. They're 8. They don't know what love is. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. I mean, like, when I was a, you know, I didn't really like anybody until maybe I was like, I don't know, 15? I was not interested. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again, Dae? Yeah, I am. No horny jail.
Oh, sweet.
I'm so happy he moved in.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Your bowl was entirely empty, so you nodded. Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. Yeah, I know. Dae, could you get it? I had crushes but didn't date or anything until like 12, and even then it was probably too soon. Probably. I don't know, I don't think people should really worry about dating until like, you know, they're like 16. at the youngest, maybe. It's like, y'all are children. Y'all just gotta live out and figure out how to live your life first before trying to get rushed into a relationship. Looping out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey, Ursa family, thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him and mom and mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. Let's go play in my room. Okay.
Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. The relationship was traumatic. Oh god. Yeah, especially when, you know, like, that age, like, everything is, like, traumatic when you're, like, in middle school. Anyway, so adding a relationship into that is kind of like, whoa. Woof. It'd be a little rough. But it'd be like that. Oh, something I forgot to mention as well when we were choosing, like, our feelings towards Cove and how we felt about it. Cove will react the same way. So if you choose to have a crush with Cove, he'll have a crush on you too. I mean, like, it's spoilers, but it's not really spoilers. I mean, that's how it is. And so there's never, like, really any one-sided stuff here. It's always, like, the same. So if, like, you want to play just, like, a friendship route, you'll get a friendship route. If you want to play, like, a romantic route, you'll get a romantic route. I guess it's not really a spoiler. No, I'm not gonna say it is. Y'all don't know what happens. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, and a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. Apples? Okay. I'll get you an apple. Apples. Why didn't it work? Baby, why didn't you speak? Hold on. Hello? Why isn't it working? It was working just fine earlier. Hello? Oh no! Oh my gosh. Pause. Okay, I'll put your apples right here. Maybe I need to put the apples on the bread. Little apple sandwich. Delicioso. There. There you go. Why isn't it working? Hold on, let me see. What if I go over here? What? Bitch, speak. Why isn't it? Oh my god. Why he broken? Hold on, let me. Like, literally, he was working right at the beginning of stream. Like, people, not everybody was using him, but I mean, but like, people did it. So, is it? Is there something wrong with the rewards? Why can't I hear him? The volume's fine. Okay. Is the TTS sound on? It is on. I didn't think I hit it. Where? Yeah, why? Hold on. Was it working here? Oh, wait, what? Oh no, I can't do that. Does it work in here? No, he's just broken. Huh. Ah! Why did you suddenly break? I mean, I was moving stuff around earlier, but that shouldn't have done anything. Poor BB, he can't speak. It can't be. I mean, the only thing that's different is the game. Like, is somehow the game that we're playing and messing with the audio? Okay, let me go. Okay, let me go in here and check the reward in there. Can't. We can't have a stream without BB speaking. Where the fuck? Where the point's at? There they are. There's no cooldown or limits. No, everything is as it should be. So why? I made him speak during the game, though. Yeah, that's true, too. So, BB, explain. BB, why you're not speaking? Yeah, and you also, like, talked about, like, the guy and such, too, like, you didn't trust him. So, he speaks. Are you really not gonna work? Are you really gonna be like that? Maybe, let me check the properties. No. Actually, no, wait. How do I... fucking hell. There we go. Okay, so it's still on monitor and output. What if I choose off and then on? He's petty about something. It was the apple sandwich. He didn't like the apple sandwich. He said disgusting. Turn them off and on again. Come on, just work. Work! Alright, let me see. See, TTS model suddenly stopped working. What do they say? Poor internet connection. If your software needs the internet to access voices or compatibility issues. Well, that doesn't help me. No, it's not. It's not showing anything at all. Like, I'll put it there and it's just nothing. So I mean, everything, when I went into the Isaiah Creaty, it was all the same. I mean, let me go back and look at it again. Because if that's happening, maybe... Huh. Did the link get changed or something? Maybe. That's, you know, it might be that. Let me see. Let me change it. Alright. And it could be the site we have its issues since it should be sending sounds regardless. Right. Let's try now. Nope, nothing. Okay, let's... Okay, I clicked a button on here. He's on strike. Speak, bitch! You have to say something. No, he... He really just don't want to be saying nothing, huh? Oops, let me go back here. I don't really know what else I can do right now. I might just have to turn the redemption off for the stream. And then try to fix it afterwards. Well, that sucks. And like I said, I just don't know what... Why isn't it working? There's like this little thing here. No, I'm not using BikuBot. I'm using Isaiah's Creati bot to do it. This is like button here that says reconnect services, and I hit that, but I guess it didn't work. BB, go to sleep, yeah. Yeah, oh well, alright. I'll turn it off for the stream, and maybe later, well, I'll try turning it back on, and we'll see if what if, yeah, well, you know what if I turn the alert off and on again? Yeah, it has to be the site. Alright, let me refresh this real quick. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try turning it off and on again. And then, if not, I'm just gonna leave it off. Alright, turn it on. He demands more pay. I gave him apples and bread. What else would he want? Nope. Well, alright then. I guess he ain't saying nothing then. He said, you know what? Y'all don't deserve to hear my voice. Yeah, I mean he can still hang out on the stream, but he's just gonna sit in silence. Seething with any rage that he may have. Flatter Peppies. I say maybe leave him up in case it starts working again. Oh, like the reward? Yeah, I can do that. Alright, I'll turn that back on. You know, I'll pin a little message here. Just so like any new people comes in. Yeah, let me pin this. There we go. Alright. Well, you know what? Maybe if we ignore him long enough, he'll get lonely and then he'll start speaking again. We'll see how that works out. Alright, but back to this child in my room. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone oh yeah, I remember that. He leaned a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Me too. I drew that. I drew that. Cool. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. You turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked your room. I hope he likes it. You had put a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you collected tucked away by the door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach. Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Co flopped down next to it. I think so. Yeah, see? You just looked to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shiloh's gonna be here today. Shiloh? Lizzie's friend. Or like, her #1 fan, I guess? Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but you know. Come on, check out my shell some more. I found this one under a piece of seaweed that had washed ashore in. You pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one and holding them up against the light. There are big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Wait, I have a thought. Was it the apple? Was it the apple? If I delete the apple? Nope, it wasn't the apple. Well, wait, you know what? Let me see. If it was working before the apple, maybe I actually clicked something. Nope. What about now? This bear, I swear. Wait. Why can't you just be happy, BB? Why can't you just speak? Why you gotta be moody like that? The fucking baby. Alright, well. Over the past few years, you learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for them all. Your voice faltered a little bit, but you kept going as best as you could. Because anarchy. BB does crave that anarchy. I was never that smart as a kid, but I was a storyteller, so I'll do this one. Okay, yeah. Because I'm gonna assume that if Twig isn't working, and BB's still not working too, I'm gonna assume it's probably like a Isaiah issue. Yeah, it might be the site. We'll see. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove was listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for shells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be the center of such a dedicated focus. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then, while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room! You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guess it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made that happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was a part of what... Wait, what? Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was a part of that would be a bad idea. Oh yeah, trying to pay off. It is... Let's see. Let me get the site back up and I'll put it in chat. It is this one. Oh, thank you, Shaggy, for the Subnautica for contributing to the Subnautica challenge. It's like, oh my gosh, it's getting there. And it's only day 2. But yes. Oops, not that. There we go. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Great. Okay, but be careful. You should have asked. I mean, he should have. I'll donate everything since he can't speak, but he might be able to speak. Save your money. Your little paw print coins. Okay, he should have asked, but then again, I mean, if he's careful with it, it should be okay. And just be careful. I will. You weren't sure if you could trust someone else with your treasures yet, so you stayed next to him while he opened the lid and peered inside. The cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. Oh, there's a TTS limit. Where do you see that at? I saw there was a character limit. Oh shit. Homepage? Oh, there is. But I haven't reached the limit yet, though. It's 55,000, but I have 462 out of that, so it should be okay. I mean, y'all be using him a lot, but you haven't used him 55,000 times yet. There's nothing in the video on sound limit. I'm glad you pointed that out there because I didn't catch that when I first used it. So I have to take that into consideration later down the line. Let's see, he likes the big orange shell the best. You can have it. Phil looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Uh-huh, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. So you let it go. Okay. So what happens when we reach the limit? I'm assuming TTS won't work anymore. That it won't be able to be redeemed afterwards. And it'll just be, you know, like this. He'll just be a husk of who he once was. That's what I assume, at least. I'll go ahead and put the apples back in. Since apparently they were not the problem. Opinion BeagieBot is the best for this in my experience. It does have a subscription, but it's only $5 a month, I think. Honestly, yeah, I'll probably try that out if this one's not gonna cut it anymore. There, we'll put the apples there. Oh, I didn't see that. Fox Trooper, thank you so much for the stretch break redeem. Thank you, thank you. We'll take a little stretch break while we're figuring out the BB problem. Let me go ahead and put up a counter. Five minutes, start. It has a lot of fun features like your meme routine. Yeah, yeah. You have to get BeagieBot through the Patreon, right? I was gonna try that out, but I wanted to see if I could find another option that was free, just to see if it worked out well. And it did work out for a while, but I get in until today. I wonder, could it be an OBS problem? Like, do I have to close and reopen OBS for it to work? I'm moving my back around. I'll figure this out. Oh, bum bum. Let's see. Try on the website. It has refresh options. Okay, I'll try that. Let's see where. Okay, updated rewards. Okay, I'm like, let me push my chair away so I can do like squats. Under profile, yeah. Why? Why won't you work? What if I... Okay, no, bot's already connected. Let's see. Is Isaiah creating bot down? I wonder if there's like a Reddit or a discussion page. Oh, there's a Twitter. Let's see if the Twitter says anything. Nope, he has not said anything about today. Man, if someone were to walk in right now, they would just walk in and see me like hunched over the computer and like my legs like moving back and forth, just trying to stretch them out. Like I'm dancing in place. Oof. Honestly, if it gets to it after stream, I'll probably have to just re-put BB back in and see if he works. And if he still doesn't work, then I'll probably have to use BikuBot. Okay, we got about a minute and 30 seconds left for our stretch break. Oh, this is supposed to be a stretch break for everybody, so y'all better be stretching too. Let's see, page. I'm at work. Well, stretch at work. I'll make it up later. That's like probably the most important place you're supposed to stretch at. Yeah, get you and your coworkers to stretch with you. Have a little group stretch. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, 30 more seconds. See if I can crack my hips. Just a little bit. Ooh, I got something to crack. I don't think it was my hip, though. You ever feel something crack in your body, and you have no idea what it was? Like, you can't really, like, pinpoint where I was at. 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. Quiet. There we go. All the time, yeah. My body's falling apart. Alright, let me see one more time. I want to try once more. Oh, wait, actually, let me look at the filters, actually. Nope, everything's still the same in there, never mind. That was like the one thing I didn't check. Alright, nope. A shame. It's a damn shame, oh well. Excuse me. He broken. He sleep. Oh, my chat's like not updated on my stream manager. Oops. Oh well. I'll just make sure that that's not the same. Alright. You didn't want to pressure Cove too much. It was supposed to make him happy, not nervous. Plus, Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, he figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel any better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. He'll be alright. He's here. We can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. You can go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward and then paused. So you want to fucking break your other arm? You want a matching cast? Shiloh is the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea. Let's go. You know what? Fuck Shiloh. Well, fuck this random child. Let's get out of here. Well, let's see. You cheer up, dude. Just make some friends. He likes everyone. I mean it. But I don't want to see him. I don't know him. You comfort him. It's okay if you're worried. Nobody warned you this was gonna happen. Thanks. Shiloh poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he'd heard what you'd been saying or not, but you guessed that he had. Hi, Dae. And hi, Cove? Cove shot you an uneasy glance. Hi. I'm Shiloh. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. You have a lot of freckles. Right, I do. God, Shiloh, you can't just... Shiloh, Cove, you can't just point out people's freckles. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells. Cove shrugged and then looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. Hey, check out this scalp shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrapper on his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool. I guess. Wow. Where is Lizzie? We'll see her soon. I like those colors too. There are better colors. Not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence. You look back at your shells. I like those colors. Both of them smiled. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach. Probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yeah, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Charlotte jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Dae? The park is fun. I mean, the park is pretty great. It's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just wanted to check the park out. I drove without any direction. Shiloh finally turned to you. Alright. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. Y'all can't make the decision for yourselves. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Hey, Shiloh! Hi! She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. We're quadruple now. You wondered if he would leave too. Oh, they got a little dark there. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new. I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. Without interrupting Lizzie's speech, Cove whispered in your ear, quiet enough that the others wouldn't overhear. I thought kids couldn't own places like parks. Or hills. You couldn't help but laugh a tiny bit. It's so sassy. The trauma. The trauma of being the third wheel. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wiggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are? Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Dae's age. Yeah. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about the other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh's just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. They'll suck the life right out of ya. For a second, it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted, and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Only some of them don't like kids. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset them. Yeah, they're really bad. I mean, some of them. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Dae in school. You'll see tons of kids there when summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, it's something else entirely. You didn't really know. But she laughed, face scrunching up. Are you trying to steal our youth, Grant? I don't need to steal your youth. I have my own youth, thank you very much. I remind you, I was not the first one to go to bed last night from the Discord call. I was the second, but still. Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put your feet up, and get used to it. You offered him a small smile, and that, at least, looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch at the beach were. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Alright, and now here we go. I had work today, and I haven't been sleeping well. Oh, you had work. Well, I've used that excuse, and it still get called Grandpa, so... You're just an old-ass ruler. Accept it. You're a baby and old at the same time. Okay, let me go ahead and save here. So basically what we have now is different events that take place over the course of summer. You don't have to do them in a specific order. You can do them in any order you want, but when you do all of them, that's when this step ends. Put the gun away. Why are you shooting me? You know I'm right. So we can do any of these events. So, you know, I'll let you guys pick which event would you like to see first. Like I said, they don't have to be in any particular order. I mean, if you really want to get like immersed in the story and like want to like pick in peace where you do them, it happens. But I mean, you need to know what the events are to actually do that, and it still doesn't really make any much of a difference. I'm allowed to be sleepy. I have insomnia. What? And I'm not allowed to be sleepy? BBQ? Okay, we'll do the barbecue. Barbecue. You've been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. The park near your house with its lonely playground equipment wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk to by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, and so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together luring people in from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks. I mean, you're not wrong, Jack. But still. Your family and Cove's were just two of many. What seemed like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. The crowd made you nervous. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. You looked forward to meeting more kids. You rather have stayed home. Your tummy was already rumbling for food to come. Even if it was bigger, the park wasn't as special as the one back home. I call you Grandpa for the memes. Y'all are a bunch of memers. Okay, so for this one, I don't know. I was pretty obsessed with fireworks when I was younger. But I was also obsessed with food as well. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. Give me the food or I'll fumble. It's going to be so good. Mommy had told you that the people running the community weren't even charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return. Which is why you had not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcake she had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. A special treat? Not for me? Every time the car made a turn, she'd clutch the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been no such dramatics around the cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes. Food or crimes. Everyone all set? Should be. Cub, did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Horn deflated. His attempt at caring for his son rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile. I don't want you getting burned, or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day. Don't think there's going to be any risk of that second part. Mom nodded at the tables up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right. There was plenty to go around. The parents headed over with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar: chilled meat, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips, but there was a lot that you didn't recognize. Your mom said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. They said to starve. But you know what? I don't see the harm in taking just a little. If you could nab something and pop it in your mouth without anyone noticing, no one could be upset. You chose to grab... Ooh. A baby tomato. Ew. Carrot? No. Gross. Cocktail sausage. That could be good. A piece of ham, a potato chip, or a tortilla chip. What should we steal? What thievery should we commence? I said thievery. Chip. Chip! Put the whole thing in your mouth and chew it as surreptitiously as you could manage. Cove definitely caught what you were up to. Luckily, he seemed to think it was funny and only smirked quietly. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they'd brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah! That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground, stuffed full of cans of soda, boxes of juice and milk, as well as bottles of water. Your drink was... Give me the fucking juice! You slipped the sweet juice through the straw until, all too soon, you were sucking up only air. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming enjoyment. That hit the spot. You kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids like a general directing their battalion. She pointed the way. Let's go over there. What kind of juice is it? Apple. The superior juice apple. Cole's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option, but ultimately he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. We went to play too. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group appearance. Good, exactly. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted away at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. The other kids were far out in the field. Still, at your speed, it wasn't long until you reached them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers. Excuse me. Hi, I'm Lizzie. That's my little sibling Dae, the one with the cactus Cove. Hi. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos and names with the other kids. One of them kids looked to be about Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. What are you up to? First kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers who'd introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked at the others. Not much. The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half her face obscured behind the huge glasses she wore. We haven't decided yet. God damn. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first and heard the shriek as someone got splashed in the face before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over, with a glint in her eyes and her brace shearing behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand too late, when the trigger had already been pressed. Ah! Rude! Hey! Lizzie, who had been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face. He reeled at your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had pooled there. Oh my god, push her down. Beat her up. He's like, how dare you get me wet? We laugh. We'll suppress the urge to murder for now. It was pretty funny, and you were unhurt by the water trickling down your neck. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl, not meaning anything by it, didn't change. The fact that she's been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Yeah. Cove nodded as the other kids murmured their interest, or lack of it, in the game. Let's say, let's do it. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Alright, you nodded. No thanks. Shook your head. Let's do it. Get to her. Tackle her down. Grab the pistol. You joined the group of kids in tearing off at the girl with the pistol. Spotting you all over her shoulder, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air. Only a couple of drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within your team as someone stood on your foot and you collided with Cove's shoulder. Sorry. Cove shot you a smile that gave you a feeling of camaraderie. It's okay. You were closing in on the girl, but you weren't alone. Lizzie's face was set with intent, and the two older kids were hot on her heels too. Okay, this is like how fast we ran. I was not a fast runner. Like I said, I was a fat ass. I was a big fat ass when I was a kid, so I did not run. I did not like running at all. You weren't as fast as them because they were speedy. Coping here. No, they were just too fast. It's not that I wasn't fast. Let's see. You know what? I'll cope. I cope every day. You push yourself, willing your legs to move just that bit faster. You were close, but just not close enough. Lisa lunged and tackled her friend to the ground. Got her! Panting, she punched the air in triumph, then pushed her glasses back up on the bridge of her nose. The girl who had been caught giggled as she got up to her feet, brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling Cove came to a stop at your side. Lizzie whooped with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with the bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. Yeah, I'll do it. You won't get away from me. With that, you all dispersed, squealing and laughing as you tried to evade capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to your nose. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down on the horizon. With all the excitement, you lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills and poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. We should get over there. I'm so hungry. I liked running, but I couldn't for long because asthma. Yeah. Like I said, I liked being active, but I just was not fast. I did not like to run. I like to climb things. That's what I was. I was the climber. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah. Bye. It was cool playing. Bye. Bye. You wave goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Woof. That's quite a cough. Are you alright, sweetie? No, I'm not alright. I got a cough. But no, I'm fine. Are you sure? No one needs to go up to the girls if they don't want you. Just let me know what you need. There was no response from the other two kids here. I can get it myself, Mommy. Gosh. I'm a big kid now. It's Gooba time. He is. Let's see. I can do it. I'm a big kid. Alright, but tell me if it gets too much for you. The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you like on it. There's different meats and veggies. As you approach, you found the vast array of bits and pieces ready to be skewered and served up. You chose... Awuga? What? Stop. Alright. I want chicken, and I want... peppers, zucchini, potatoes, and that's it. I don't want anything else. That's everything. Sounds good to me. Beef. No, chicken good. Yeah, that's our mommy. We got two mommies here. See, there's the other one. It's mom and mommy. The veggies will be good for you. Order given, you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard that what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Noticing the Cove approach, she turned to him. What are you having? Why does it matter? I don't know. I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables except the onions. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. But burger. There is no burger. There's only kebab. That's okay, I guess. But chicken is definitely the better one. I agree. I love chicken. It will always be the superior meat to me. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. But I want some of the chicken too. Oh yeah, I can let you have some still. You're welcome. Wow, so generous. Thanks for sharing. Lizzie peered over to the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. There isn't a wrong choice. We all made good choices. It's just what kebab somebody eats. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab. Your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, 1 for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We've got the goods. Cove's daddy is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to the rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. These are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourself with the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you attentively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point was of a nearly sharpened pencil. The bun jumped, the bun thumped. A foot and bun trip, but most of all, buns stole your heart. Ooh. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy clucked her tongue. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. Oh yeah, you know those kids, when they take a bite off of like the meat on their kebab, they're gonna just like get like 1/2 off and the other half's gonna fall right onto the grass. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second. That's what you get for the price of free, but we can hack it, right? I mean, the food is free, so in case we can't complain. I'll take free food any day. Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, clutching her kebab like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been set out to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. I take everything off the skewer. Mom looks kind of scary. I mean, I think Mom is the more stricter one, and then Mommy is the more comforting one between the two. Yeah, I try to eat it on the skewer for the aesthetic, for the vibes. But so once in a while, it gets a bit too difficult, so you gotta like take it off as well. I haven't had kebabs in such a long time though. I should have them for dinner sometime. The smile was horrifying. It's the parental authority behind it. That's what makes her scary. In her smile. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join him. Clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden. Thanks. This looks delicious. Thank you for getting us a space out here. Everyone tucked into their food. You gobbled up eagerly, only partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from a skewer. Say burgers and chicken are usually what is made at my family barbecue. Yeah, ours is usually hot dogs and hamburgers. We don't really have chicken. Well, sometimes when we have like a family cookouts, when we go to our like camping area, we'll pick up chicken from I think Fox's. Does Fox's sell chicken like a Fox's Pizza? The chicken's pretty good. We're picking it up somewhere at least. But we don't make the chicken there. I wish they did though. Sometimes I get a little sick of hot dogs. Running around with the other kids had helped you work up an appetite. Mr. Holden, what do you do? Well, I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She could enjoy the occasional round at mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but your sister took her passion very seriously. I think my stream is buffering whenever you stop for a sec. Maybe it is. Your sister makes amazing chicken. Ooh, delicious. I don't know what she marinates in it, but it's so good. It's the good stuff, the secret sauce. It's a secret. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense. Just as well, she'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in conversation. Why is a 10-year-old? 10-year-old out here with life advice. You need some dedication to get far in life. Like, girl, go watch your cartoons and swing your golf club. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. A drive is a type of golf shot. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated. That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer's appreciated. He's not fixed, unfortunately. I'm so sad. I was really hoping. I saw it appear and I was like, oh, holding my breath. But no. Then tell me something you really do already. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading and snorkeling. Those are things Coves likes. Wow, it's a good thing you live by the beach. You stay quiet. Mr. Holden exaggeratedly puffed out his chest. What can I say? My boy's got good taste. He takes after his dad in that way. The sun had been setting when you got your food, and by the time you'd finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning of freedom, to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Was BB always 150? No, I've been like tweaking the price. Like it was 500, then I was like, no, I want it to be a little cheaper, so I made it 300. And I was like, no, I still want him to talk, so I made it 150. But now he doesn't work anymore for some reason, which is very disheartening. I'm still waiting to see if maybe it'll magically fix itself. Jack says when they get home they're going to see if Twig still works, and if Twig doesn't work, it's probably like the bot website that's down. But if Jack's is working, I'm going to assume it's an OBS problem, and I'll probably try to like mess with my OBS afterwards. He's on strike still. Yeah. He's on strike. The kebab had... Okay, I already read that one. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Okay, now that the food is gone, you've got to wash your hands. Dae, Lizzie, please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers, and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here. Mom passed her a paper towel from her purse, and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn, Dae. You readily held out your hands to catch the water. Copying Lizzie, you washed your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants, leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Oh my gosh, I still do that to this day. Like, I'll be like eating something, it's like, oh, I got crumbs on my fingers, just wipe it on my pants. I really shouldn't, but you know, bad habits are hard to kill. Mr. Holden shook his head. Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed up the fabric with a scrunched up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone else was cleaned up, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up. Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time! We have to get a good spot. Everywhere's gonna be taken. How about I go ahead and save a space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place. Sure thing. I could use an extra pair of eyes. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude. Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Dae, do you want to go get the drinks? Okay. Alright. I'll get all the stuff we need. My mom always yells at me. Because you like wipe your hands on your pants. No, Cove's dad's kinda what? Mommy for sure. Everybody's getting down bad for the parents in here. It's like Mom, Mommy, Mr. Holden. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where you'd picked up the drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Where it had originally been stuck to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice, which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool, was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces like floating pieces like tiny icebergs. I still don't trust Mr. Holding. I mean, that's true. Bun wasn't here with the incident at the beginning of the game. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful amongst them. Mom rummaged around in the cooler, excavating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Dave, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. Yeah. You took a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. I'm gonna share mine. Cove hesitated, but decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy! Hold tight while I get this. Mr. Holden is Cove's dad. That's his name. Yeah, their last name's Holden. I think... Oh, is it Cliff? I think his first name's Cliff. But yeah, they are the same person. You're still right. Hey, hun, how's it going? Did you find our perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by uh-huhs as Mommy gave her directions. Catching your eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. We've got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field, and the separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families. Hello, we're here, and we come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spare drinks. You gave Lizzie a bottle of water, but she only had eyes for your juice box. Dae and Cove have juice. They help get the drinks. You gotta pick where we sat. Don't be selfish. I'm not. Good. Then you're going to thank us for bringing you your very own water bottle. Thanks. Ha, take that, bitch. Please, no. You just couldn't help yourself, huh, Bun? Once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their number was steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing every so often. You nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is. I hope it's not drinks. Mommy chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of mystery goods keenly. Are they going to come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders, as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked on the potential prize. How would you be a gardening hoe? Oh, listen, I'm not a hoe for these mom shit. Everyone down bad with the moms. Where's gardening love here? Love for the mummies. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. You were intrigued. What prizes will we get? Studying the man with the box closely as he gradually meandered nearer, you could make out that he was handing out small items to most of the groups that he stopped at. What do you guys think it is? What do you think he's handing out? I mean, I know what it is. Like I said, I played this game before. What prizes? What order his wares? They seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that, it remained a mystery. Beer. Drugs. Beer. I'll take one beer as an 8-year-old. Then the boxman made his way to your group. Evening. I'm handing out dessert. Any takers? Bubbles. There's dessert? Lizzie schooled, hopping off the ground. The man chuckled. It's ice cream! The drugs are the ice cream. Ah, yes. The most childish drug. Ice cream. I'm going to take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu. Vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup. None for me, though. Thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate! Can I have strawberry? And a strawberry for me, too, please. Now you're going to have to make a decision. Chocolate or strawberry? Yes! From school. That were very delicious. We love ice cream. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get strawberry, and then I always thought these two options were cute. I think in most of the events here, you don't really get much of the interaction with the parents, but I like that this one you do. You can like pull on your mom's shirt and tell her, "Mommy, can you tell them I want chocolate?" That was me when I was a wee child. They're still here, but I'm hiding away from them. Now, listen, I would get strawberry, but we'll pick chocolate. You'll see why. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. The condensation with your fingers in a pleasant way. Don't yell at me. You just gotta wait. The condensation with your fingers in a pleasant way. Thank you. Kids, are you going to thank the nice man too? There was a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group, considering how many he had to get. 2. You peel back the top that covered the ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. You couldn't help thinking about how Cove had strawberry while you had chocolate. Ooh. Can I try yours? He looked around awkwardly. What? I want to try the strawberry one. He smashed his lips together tightly but nodded and scooped out a chunk of ice cream before holding it out to you. You took it gladly, and it was gone in a bite. Thanks. You can try mine too. Oh, okay. You caught a bit of ice cream, making sure to hit the chocolate swirl that distinguished it from Cove's, and held it out for him. He nibbled at it. Mommy was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was an open smile as if she was about to say something else, but Mom tugged on her collar. Don't embarrass them. Can't I just share my ice cream with my bro? Why you gotta be like that? How dare you? I see what you did there. I see, bun. Good luck with the visitors, Becca. Hey, if you're still sharing, I'll take some. You don't need it. You both have the same flavor. So what? You're not taking any of mine. Like he said, you got the same one. It's different. Lizzie stuck her tongue out at the both of you and turned her attention back to her own cup of ice cream. Lizzie munched away happily, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants. I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please?
Of course.
Of course, sweetie. Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheek, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. Dae, would you like some of mine? They've got a whole cup of ice cream to eat already and had a bite of Cove's. I think that's plenty. But that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. I mean, ice cream is ice cream. Give me that bite. You ate the treat being offered, much to Mom's chagrin and Mommy's delight. Cove watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you better at least give me some too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream. What? The kids have ice cream already and they're getting some of yours to boot, and I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm? Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough. All better now? Yes. The moms are fighting. Give me your fucking ice cream. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm still okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. She ain't gonna get any ice cream for herself. I mean, those cups weren't that big back in the day. Mommy was always so nice to everyone. Then, the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground. Oh, gotta get that. My ice cream now. As the firework crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up to the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump up into the air. It was thrilling. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. The noises teared to your ears. You covered them with your hands. It was kind of neat. You shrunk back, hugging your knees to your chest. Why was she offering to Mr. Holden? She wanted it to be fair, sus. Just all, everybody's... Anytime Mr. Holden's involved, it's just sus, sus, sus. What are you doing? Sus. But alright, the event was... Actually, I want to save. Okay, the event was thrilling. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you, and even gave a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. Mommy hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie and jumping up in tandem with every crack of a firework. Mommy then bent down to offer you a hand up too. Kaya watched on the ground and showed You got to join the family, beckoning Cove for Cove to join. We all gotta go. Let's all party. Also, Fall Guys has a free skin in the Epic Store. Just letting everyone know. Ooh, what kind of skin is it? He looks like the type of person to cause trouble. I mean, you're not wrong. No spoilers. Cove got to his feet, tailing after you as you stood with your family. Your mom's face lit up, literally and metaphorically, as you approached. The five of you shrieked and leapt along with the sparkles in the sky, not trying to continue joy at experiencing the sights together. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the air, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. He's gonna make mommy cheat, I can feel it. Oh my god, Jack, you're getting... Hinted drama, it's like a telenovela. It's a pretty cool skin. Okay. I'll have to look at it later. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled with every inch of the sky, the twinkling lights representing the full spectrum of the rainbow. The exhilaration that had fueled you while the fireworks were going off was stepped dry now that the show had finished. You collapsed into a giggling heap on the ground, suddenly aware of how your legs ached from your exertion. Cove tumbled down with you, his expression gleeful. Mr. Hold'em watched his son with an expression much happier than the one he'd worn while watching the show. Lizzie gave a final whoop of delight and shared a high-five with Mom as Mommy shouted for an encore into the night. He looks like he will cause trauma. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. Maybe it's not in the way you're thinking, maybe. But you're not wrong as well. You didn't know what that meant, but you liked the way it made Mom laugh. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits buoyed by the firework display. Then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quiet way, smiled. This has been a pretty special night. Yeah, and there we go. I've been back with no audio because they have to be available. Understandable. Listen, they divorced for a reason. I mean, you're right. There was a reason. What was the reason? What was the reason? But alright, okay, so we got 9 more left. I will let the buds speak on where they want to go next, what event they would like to see. Again, it doesn't have to be in a particular order. It can be whichever. Clown. Oh, also, I should mention, I believe this is a free game, but you get extra content through the DLC, so in the free game, you only get these 5 options, but in the DLC, you get the rest of these as well. Y'all know I had to get that DLC. Excuse me. Alright, we're gonna go visit Jack's castle. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When him and Shallow sat on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue, another reminder of the places he couldn't go. For what you'd heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get that cast off. Like, make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. He thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go in the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there, on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. look how upset he looks. Damn, how long he need the cast for? Probably a couple weeks. How long does it take to actually heal from a broken arm? It's like 6 weeks, isn't it? How long does it take to heal a broken arm? 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, so it's gonna be a while. I don't know how recent the break was before the start of the game. So it might be... I think it was fairly recent, considering he does have it for the rest of the summer. At least here, so I'm not sure. But, you know, the bitch gotta heal, you know? They could put saran wrap over the cast and let him go swim that way. I'm sure that would help. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. So pretty, the ocean. Mm-hmm. And huge. There could be anything out there. Like mermaids. I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't care. I don't care that you're upset. You could stand in it. That's true too. Swimming might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. Be a bitch. I wish you didn't have a cast. Me too. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation. Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Ko's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. Imagine we picked the option. I've never done it before. It's like you lived here on the beach your whole life and you had to make a sand castle. How you living? Okay. He put his hands back to the seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Ko through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas. Oh, also, Shiloh here is actually a character from another one of GB Patch games. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Let me see, GB Patch games, Shiloh. It's another visual novel. I'm trying to think. Okay, so Shiloh is actually from their other visual novel, XOXO Droplets. I've never played it before, but I thought it was like really interesting that they put him in this game as well. I think he's more of a main character in the other one. And obviously he's not a child in this one, he's like a teenager in that one. So I thought that was a nice little trivia for you guys here that don't know. I used to be allergic to seaweed, so I could only build sandcastles for a while. Oh, really? Huh. That's interesting. I've never heard of anybody having a seaweed allergy. How you gonna eat sushi then? The seaweed. It'll kill ya. Well, I mean, you said used to, so I'm assuming you don't have it anymore. But damn. That's interesting. Alright. Did I already read this? I'm gonna read it again. That's all kind of. You can do anything now. Like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas. I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine is gonna be a real castle. This is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make a castle for Jack. Or something in the water was causing my legs to hive up, maybe. I mean, fishes and whales do piss in it and shit in it, so maybe it was part of that too. Over the salt, maybe. Could be anything, really. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shadow didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. It seems you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Shadow had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still options. So the first thing you reached for was a red bottle cup, blue seashell, or a green piece of sea glass. What do you want for your castle, Jack? Do you want a red bottle cap, a seashell, or sea glass? Yeah, it's your castle. You can decorate it how you want to. Bum 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 bum. I love the music in this game too. It's so peppy. Just a little vibe into it. Bum 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 bum. Okay, I'm gonna close everything that I have on here. Yes, I am waiting for input from you. It's your castle. Which one you want to be decorated with? You're good. I mean, if you weren't going to answer in the next minute or so, I was going to pick for you. Blue? Okay. Blue seashell for Jack. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. The blue color of it still reminded you of clear water. So you put it in a funny place where it'd take a second to look to see it. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seem super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. Oh, let's look at Cove's. Fuck Shiloh. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in the cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's on the top of your Shiloh? A peek closer to discover something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke. That's good. It's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I don't see it, Shiloh. I don't see your vision here. But yeah, I didn't think of that. That is pretty smart. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Dae, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. The castle you built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. Shiloh, they are queens. Even without it. Critique it. Actually, it looks more like a worm. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Dae, what did you do? This is my castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy anymore. You both built castles? Yeah. Oh, that's neat. How you guys match. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. I mean, it don't matter. If you want to make a house, make a house. Make what you want to make. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody's their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special. Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Alright, child. Anyway, look at my sandcastle. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Dae? You waited to see if Shiloh would say what he wanted to you. When he didn't, you considered Cove's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. Trauma. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Dae's parents and my dad met the same day I met them. I want to say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still feel he was upset about not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. I mean, that's true. Well, I mean, yeah. I think Shiloh wants to talk too. Huh? We were talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Damn, Cove! Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand and went over to the front of your house when he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. Bro, he dumping right now. He just be info dumping. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there. The ones where we met for the first time. Mm-hmm. Cove nodded and then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you going to finish your story? Cove's brow wrinkled. Like he didn't understand why you were surprised. That's all that happened. Okay, why did you want to tell the story if nothing happened? You really gotta get better at telling stories. Pretty bad story. Thanks for telling me. And it's like, wow. Your storytelling sucks. Why'd you tell me if nothing happened? I don't get what the point was. But that was how our parents met. I didn't make the story up. That's not really my point. Cove just was not understanding the issue here. Shadow's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulder. I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved to here. Dad showed me the beach first before we went back to the Cardon pack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Co's brow furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. He thought that maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shallow fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Gosh, y'all get ready. Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? God damn, man. You don't let the boy speak, and then you just go turn around and go, why's your face so red? People do that to me, too. Like, I don't know what it is. I think it's like when I move from like one temperature to another, like if I'm like going into a house or going outside, like my face will get so red. And people will be like, why's your face so red? And it's like, I don't know. Blood? Normal child behavior? It is, though. Children are ruthless. They'll just point out anything they see fit about you. Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Charlotte had expected that to be how he got included into the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay. It's kind of weird. Xiao's eyes were wide with embarrassment, his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad. He seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody's named Cove. Oof, it was probably just your dad bugging Dae's family some more because you don't have anyone else who'll ever play with you. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. You try to play on your own. He's like, you know what? This drama, I'm out of here. Let's just build another sand castle. The day is going to be over soon. Dae, you're right. The sun is going down so fast. Y'all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable for the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom had appeared at the beach to take him home. At least she tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it'd help. Even though Shiloh's smile when he said goodbye to Cove wavered, it was stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. I had bad back knee. One of my neighbors saw it at one time we were swimming, and he pointed at it and was like, why do you have red bumps in your back? Bitch! I would've smacked him. He'd say, why you feel like you gotta point out every goddamn thing to you that you see? But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together toward the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. Penny for your thoughts? Something was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask, hey Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face. I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds inside. Why'd Shiloh act like that? When I said he was all red a lot. You were being rude to him, he's just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him, I don't know, he's just Shiloh. He gets embarrassed. He shrugged at Cove with no answer to give him. Sippy, thank you. Delicioso. I need to get some more tea here soon. You're being kind of rude to him, dude. No, it wasn't. It looked like that to me, and it wasn't just saying that one thing. You're not very nice to Shiloh. I didn't mean it like that. Shiloh was kind of weird to talk to. See, that's kind of rude. I guess I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. He was rude, yeah. Hey, Dae, was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know about what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Okay, guys, what do you think? Nobody is making me spend time with you. Your dad does do stuff so you'll hang out with my family, but Shiloh shouldn't have said that. Do we tell him now about the money offer? Or should we keep it to ourselves? Should we let... Should we bury the secret? Just for now. Rip the band-aid. Alright. Well, remember how you talked about how your parents had met and I didn't know what happened? Yeah. I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You wanted to turn away, but you kept your eyes on his as you spoke. I was walking home and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Because, I mean, we didn't accept it. Right. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he just moved into the house next to mine. Cove was still listening, his expression as plain as before. You paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. Should we keep going? I guess we should. Let me save. Alright. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. Rip it! Rip it off! Hair and all with it. Your dad felt that you might be lonely here, so he wanted me to be your friend. He said he'd give me $20 if I did. Cove was so still. You thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Sound stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another and your hands tensed up. Please say something. Oh no. Oh no. Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth. His eyebrows bent up, crinkling up his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was going to cry. You were certain of it. I didn't take it. The money. I didn't want it. Honest. Cove raised his hands and brought them up under his glasses. His fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers, slipping down his cheeks. Cove, it's okay. You stepped closer. You placed your hand on his head. You touched his shoulder. You stayed by him. Can we hug him? We can try. You touched his shoulder. Awkwardly, you reached over and rested a hand on his shoulder. But Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence. Go away! You flinched at the shout. As you stood there listening to him cry, you felt uncomfortable with the scene, making concern for him, regret for telling about the moment, bad about everything. I mean, we feel pretty bad. You wished you were still making sandcastles on the beach, before Cove was sad, before Shallow was mad. Everything had been so much better then. Cove continued to weep with his face covered by his hands, whereas his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful and you kept feeling worse every second. Okay, there we go. You hugged him. You stepped up and tried to wrap your arms around him in a hug. Cove squirmed away from you again, though, ducking his head. It was a full rejection. We tried. You heard a door opening and you flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working or down in the town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. You didn't want Code to have to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. But the door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. It was, to your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. As he peeked out his door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but wasn't entirely positive. Though a kid crying is pretty distinct and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and it was scared, and it reminded you of the one he'd worn the first night you'd met Cove. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of his house. He just jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. He skidded to a stop before Cove, bent down on one knee, and then solidly cupped Cove's teary face in with his hands.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Cove just in his heart. That's where the pain is. Cove continued to cry, unable or unwilling to cough out an explanation. Not taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. He was asking if you made me hang out with him. You did, so I told Cove how you wanted to give me money to be his friend. As you spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words. Oh, I'm bad at social situation. That shit we all are. It's okay. What? Why would you? He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I mean, it is your fault. It's all your fault, Cliff. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. He cast his eyes down, sighing. When he next spoke, it wasn't part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Dae's only a kid. And you're trying to bribe me with $20. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheeks with a thumb. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, you stared at the little rectangle that all adults seemed to carry in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind to you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Cove's face. Cove's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that something else had finally left Cove's mouth.
Come on.
Hey, Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. Bribing him. I'll give you $20 right now if you just shut the fuck up from crying. I don't know if this is the way to go, man. Cove dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Not for the first time, you questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had to use two hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrists and lowered them to Cove's sides, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cove turned his whole head away. Tears continued to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Why? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffed, the harsh line of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hands as he continued. Dae is smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about. Except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son. So much. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there were no tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed.
Okay.
Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now? Yeah. Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. You sighed, eyes downcast. You felt weird that you'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. I couldn't make him feel better. Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked, and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part, anyway. There's only so much you can do to try fixing someone else's mistake. He smiled sincerely at you. I mean, yeah, like, that wasn't our problem to fix there, anyway. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it.
That's a relief.
Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. Maybe for $20. As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your head and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. Do we take it? I mean, we probably still shouldn't. We don't want your money. Like, I would rather him know now than later. Hope he understands. Don't take it. Yeah. Alright. Like I said, I have played this before, so I'm trying to give you guys more of, like, the opportunity to, like, pick the options. Like, the important options, at least. Choose your own destiny, so we don't take it. Shaking your head, you push the note back to Cove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. You were at a stalemate. Mr. Horton hummed thoughtfully. Tapping his head, he gazed up at the wide skies and pretended to give the conundrum serious consideration. I know. He plucked the bill from Cove and tore it right in two. You and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True, it won't work at a store like this, but now you can split it. Crouching down, he held out the pieces to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves. Neither of you reached for them. It still has value, as a keepsake, a memory, and that's one of the most valuable things you can use money on. That sounds pretty good, huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. Maybe I'm getting smarter, you say, as you ripped $20 in half. I don't know about that. But, you know, the sentiment is a little nice. Wordlessly, Cove stretched out a hand and took his half. You took yours, running a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share this exact same feature. The precise peaks and troughs of the tear, except for Cove's, which would bear them in reverse. It did feel like there was value left in it. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright. Bye.
Thanks very much.
Have a good night, and thanks, Dae. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home, the note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. He could have just bought us candy or something. It's like, oh, y'all can't decide? Well, let's just go to the store and buy something now. But nope, he's like, he could have given us $10 each. Just split it that way, but no. He's like, the sentiment in this, let me just rip this money in half. But no. Mr. Holden, I said Cope was a character. Mr. Holden is the true character. He's the villain in this game. That's his role. I take money, I rip it up. But okay, so, actually while we're here.
Test.
I heard it! It works now! The true sentiment of that interaction has warmed BB's heart and he decided to no longer be petty. Welcome back, BB. We're glad to have you.
I'm no longer on strike.
No more. We're very happy that you're here. I guess the site was just down then, huh? Well then. I love it when problems just resolve themselves on their own and I don't have to do anything about it. Except cry and get frustrated about it. But alrighty. Now we have, okay, here is the next ones. Which ones would you guys like to do next? Got shopping, grown up, long day, firefly, library. Oh yeah, that's right, I can't get rid of it now. How do I unpin this message? There we go. It working now. The bitch speaks. Got sleepover, runaway, ghost. They're all bangers here. Okay, sleepover.
Okay.
Alright kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time, as if it had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Excuse me. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots into the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. She cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Last one to the table is a rotten egg. I haven't, but it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You bitch. Catch up. Throw the cushion. Stop her. Grabbing one of the cushions from the sofa, you threw it towards her. It hit her in the back of the legs, but it was too soft to do anything of real consequence, and she merely brushed the attack off with a scowl. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. Because you cheated. I didn't cheat. You ran before me. Yeah, because that's how racing works. The one who starts first wins first. That isn't true. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. How to throw hands. There's an option for a pillow right now. We must do it. Exactly. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with the cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your moms and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You were the one who asked your moms about it. Yeah. Exactly. Because we're best friends now, with a torn $20 bill we can't use. They had told you they would ask Mr. Holden. You looked forward to it since the moment you found out he agreed. And you even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cole pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. Well, did I win or what? No. What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault Dae's slow. Cheating's cheating and cheaters never win. Yeah, because my side is the correct side. Well, at least we still friends, yeah. We have to. It's the plot armor there. We have to still be friends. Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I picked them, and they picked me. You're a couple of rotten eggs, then. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner, all three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food, and they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. What Mom cooking, we'll about find out. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side of where your moms were sitting. Oh, so like... Can y'all see my mouse? Okay, you can. So, like, I guess we're like... Let's say, like, the parents are probably here, and then me and Lizzie are here, so he can either sit here or here. Or maybe it's right here. I don't know. Let's see. Sit next to me, bestie. Cove's gaze met your gold eyes. He smiled. Briefly, he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates. Okay. Dig in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One dish seemed to have his eye, at least. That's pineapple chicken. Wanna try? Got that pineapple chicken. Pineapples and chicken. Not really, sorry. By then, your moms had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey? Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then she spoke again. He should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink. That's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. If that were true, if you shrank, if you miss a meal, then you should get taller with each meal you eat. So I should be like 10 feet right now. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this. I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. I miss so many meals. I'll be a little tiny one. You let your moms handle this? I think you would like this pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your plate. You should try something new. Give me the plate. Cope was a little confused by your request, but he handed it to you anyway. You took the plate from him and piled only the best foods on it. He watched you work intently, his good hand shoved underneath his leg. When you were satisfied with the amount on his plate, you returned it. You should like some of these. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Good job. That was very kind of you, Dae. Say if he's not going to feed himself, I'll feed him. You sat up straighter at the praise. At first, Cope looked at the food. Clearly he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites. It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Mommy floundered in the face of Ko's blunt honesty. Way to the heart is through the tongue. Exactly. Gotta feed them to make them believe in love. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time, but Cove didn't make much of an effort either. You hoped Cove thought of you. Oh no! That still made you nervous about your own relationship with him. The insecurity. The two of you were friends, right? You wondered how he felt about you. You had never asked before. Are we still friends after the incident? Are we truly, or is he just being nice? When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel good, even though you were still unsure what it meant. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug. Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to someone, anyone, but Pam. Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sound of clean silver meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends. He said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now let's talk more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But Mom! No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You groaned about it as well. Come on, Mom. Let us stay up till midnight. It seemed way too early to go to sleep. The sooner that you sleep, the sooner a brand new day will be here. I think that's pretty exciting. You weren't sure you agreed. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. It's bedtime. All too soon, the table was cleared. The games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You're lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Ko, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled in inside. You nodded for the both of you in response to Mommy's question. Perfect, I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you, Mama. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled on affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me up really high and shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed. Or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here. How fun. Though I think you're right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. Yeah, you pick him up and drop him onto his sleeping bag on the hard floor. I'm sure that'll knock him out for sleep. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Dae's other mom. But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked to you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was so excited to have Cove spending the night. You were hoping that I changed all the vowels in the words. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't stop from wondering what he really thought about you. We asked him, Cove? Yeah? Are we friends? Cove didn't speak for a few minutes, and you wondered if you startled him with a question. Now we gossip, exactly. The lights are out. It's time for bed. The parents are gone. It's time to speak. The longer the silence stretched, the more uneasy you felt about his impending answer. Do you think we're friends? That's not an answer, Cove. That doesn't help me. You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected back at you. The way Cove had asked it made you think that maybe he hadn't even questioned it before, and now maybe more than ever you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. Listen, B, we're best friends. Exactly, we besties. You heard Cove shuffle around in his sleeping bag, and you looked up at the shivers of light cast upon your ceiling as you waited for him to say something. Well, there isn't somebody else it could be, so I guess we are best friends. You chuckled. That answer is just like him. Only 'cause there isn't anyone else? No. You giggled once more. So you saying if some other kid on the block was here, you'd be best friends with them? Come on, Cove. And then you let out your eyes drift closed, pleased about it was settled. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? What was that? Could you shut up? We're trying to sleep. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to a low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses out, he was holding a book. Story time. Could you be less loud? Exactly. Just a witch. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew even without reading the title which one it was. That was one of your moms would read to you. It was special. I thought you were looking for your glasses. I was, then I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment of he afforded for your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but I love the main character because the squire is really brave and funny. It has cool pictures. Some of them even take up the whole page. Mommy reads it to me. She uses different voices for every character. There's a dragon in it, and crazy things happen. Dragon. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead, so they have this fight. But the squire finds out the dragon's really nice. They decide they don't want to fight her after all, so the two of them become friends instead. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused on the backside summary. You must be pretty interested in it. You were reminded of the hours you'd spent rehearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it, or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely time to pass the time you're supposed to be asleep. You couldn't keep... fuck that. We're gonna read the story. It's story time. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside some toys, toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found out you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it up over your head. What's... Come on, check it out. Bring the book too. Oh, there he is. There's something in the darkness there. After a moment, the bed dipped as Cove got on it. Then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with a flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. Wow, flashbang! Damn. With the click of the small space flooded with a bright light. Oh my gosh, that is bright. Cove sputtered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. There we go. You tilted the flashlight so it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave, away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read. My mom's will now. I do this all the time. When mommy check on me, I have to hide everything under the blanket, but I haven't been caught before. Do you want to try? Cove nodded. Pleased by his straightforward response, he placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your forehead's nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You thought it was best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages to show Cove. But no, let's narrate this bit. You loved it when Mommy read to you. Why not read it as aloud as you dared this time of night? You didn't even need to study the page for long. There was once a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback by it when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. Probably, and I still get grief over a lot of words that I can't say. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon you got to an exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their barred sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, my head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay, it's fun anyway. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually, he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? It was your turn. You went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up from the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You startled when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Just observing you. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. Oh my god. He got caught slipping. When you opened your eyes again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze, and you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove? That you? Who else would it be? Oh, you found your glasses. Oh, he got his clothes on, too. Not his pajamas. You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it. The familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cole blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor and abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? I can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You helped your moms redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed, in my room. I mean, I know what he means. I'm kind of the same way. I can't really sleep well in an unfamiliar area. Like, the first night's always, like, the roughest for me. Just kind of laying there and being like, this is not my bed. I don't know. This is not my room. I don't know where I am. So I can get kind of like that. I can get, like, his uncomfortableness with it. Like, it's not, the room's not bad. It's just, it's not his room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything that you'd done. Cove just couldn't sleep in a new place. You wonder how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird for him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your doziness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house, this time of night, all by himself? He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. You don't have to. I'll come with you. I should tell my moms. Don't go. Save. Please don't go. It wouldn't even be a sleepover Cove left in the middle of the night. It was called a sleepover for a reason. Cove looked frustrated, though you got the feeling it wasn't at you specifically. Yes, I do. You were at a stalemate. Frowning to yourself, you studied his sleeping bag. Was there a way you could make him more comfortable? If Cove didn't like how weird your room was, maybe he would feel better if he had something more familiar nearby. Oh! You went to your bed and grabbed your blanket, then you spread it over the floor beside Cove's sleeping bag. He watched as you did, blinking. You're sleeping on the floor? Yeah, next to you. Hopefully that'll help you sleep easier. Is that okay? Uh-huh. You spot a small smile playing on his lips. We can try it. But if it doesn't work, I want to go home still. I get it. You grabbed your pillow and a few plush toys for good measure as Cove picked up his pajama bottoms and folded them, then set them aside. You tossed the items in your hands onto the blanket, completing your task. The two of you stood and looked down at your handiwork. Are you going to change into your pajamas? No, I can sleep in this. There wasn't anything else left to say. In unison, you both laid down side by side. Cove put his glasses aside and got into his sleeping bag. He can just take the bed. No, but we have to do this together. I mean, we both... honestly, we both probably could have, like, slept in the bed as well. But I don't know, maybe that would have been too weird because it's somebody else's bed. Maybe too cramped as well. I don't know. You made yourself as comfortable as you could, wrapped in the fuzzy blanket. The floor was hard and unforgiving against your back, not at all as comfy as your bed, but you didn't mind it much. You had fallen asleep on the floor before. What mattered was if it helped. You swiveled your head to observe him. Is it better? He poked the top of his face out of the sleeping bag and mumbled bashfully. I don't know. I have to sleep first. I can't tell if I can now. He couldn't help but be disappointed by the answer. Promise to wake me up if you want to go? Cove looked confused by the request, but he nodded anyway. You smiled. At least he wouldn't disappear without you knowing. Excuse me. You settled in for bed on the ground, closing your eyes and waiting for sleep to come. You wanted to give Cove a chance to get comfortable. Surprisingly, he decided to keep talking. This was my first sleepover. Is, I guess. You opened your eyes to see him staring at the ceiling. His seafoam hair spread out around his head like he'd just gotten shocked. Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I'll go to a friend's houses. Shiloh slept over a few times too. And other stuff. But we're his first sleepover. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now you were the one who didn't know what to say. You just lay there, and so did Cove, for what felt like a long time. Hey, Cove? There was no answer. You leaned on your elbow to see Cove's eyes close. His lashes fanned over the apples of his cheeks. His chest raised and lowered with every inhale and exhale. He was fast asleep. You smiled to yourself. Good night. You rested on your back and closed your eyes. Soon enough, you were lulled to sleep by the gentle sound of Cove's breathing. Good morning! The next morning, you were woken by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. Dae, wake up. It's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to the new light.
How are you?
Is everything okay down there? You blinked at Mom for a moment, confused for remembering you had slept down on the floor next to Cove. He was just waking up, yawning loudly. His hand lightly hit your face as he stretched out. When you moved away, you groaned a little at the pain in your shoulder from having slept on the hard ground. It definitely wasn't as comfortable as your cozy bed, that's for sure. Cove wasn't feeling good, so I stayed with him. You mumbled and glanced at Cove, who rubbed at his eyes sleepily. He didn't say anything. Still, you were glad he decided to stay the night in the end. When you looked at Mom next, she was smiling at you both. Mom was standing in the doorway behind her, doing the same thing. Alright, kids, we'll be downstairs making breakfast. Don't take too long coming down. She said something to Mommy on her way out that made two of them giggle. Did you sleep okay? Mission success, hell yeah! We got him to stay the night. We made him comfortable enough that he could sleep. Did you sleep okay? You stood up and stretched your legs, watching Cove fumble with the bedside drawer and pull out his glasses. I think so. He had been able to relax when it was just the two of you in the night. Now that a new day had come, he gave the impression of feeling out of place again. But the smile on his face had a gentle light. Thanks, Dae. You're welcome. Even if it couldn't be a perfect time, it was worth it. Cove didn't stay for breakfast. He really was ready to go at that point. Mommy called to make sure Mr. Holden was up before Cove went home. He was like, I gotta get out of here. Get me out of here. My social battery is down. I have to go home and recharge. He gave you a small wave as he left, thanking your mom for letting him stay, before he disappeared through the front door. You smiled at the sight. Cove's very first sleepover had come to an end. Hell yeah. We did it. His first sleepover. And it won't be the last, I'll just say that. Me too. Exactly. That's how I am. Like, I'll be out like a whole day and I'll be like, I wanna go to bed. I wanna go home. I can't recharge out here in these unfamiliar areas. I will legit will space out at places when my social battery is low. That's how I am too. It's like when it gets to a certain point, it's like I can't socialize anymore. I'm just gonna turn my brain off and just go with the flow. Now time for shopping. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street, drew your attention away from the snail you've been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cope waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Code to be friends with himself. I'm going to pay you to be kind to yourself, son. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, and then his dad. Dae, hi. Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Dae? Taking a walk. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's lots of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know Cove was about to head to the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you were stood. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd since your mom's only ever seemed to have cars in theirs. Here. He leaned to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend too. I still don't trust Mr. Holden. But Mr. Holden's a material girl. He got that money. Material girl. Give dollar bills to my son to spend. Sure, that's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. We might not trust Mr. Holden, but at least he has that cash. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up by the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, there weren't many clouds in the sky, so the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for snails out here in the sand? I'm just gonna keep finding reasons to think he's sus. I mean, go for it. I mean, he is a little sussy. He doesn't really help himself, in his case. Let's see, are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled, sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you don't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with a pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. He got too much money and gives it out willy-nilly. Let's see. He's divorced. His son appears with a cast on his arm, and he's got so much money. What's going on here? It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. Let's see, what did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail. Yeah? What happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, placing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cove opened his mouth and shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there. No, it wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared. You lost it, though. It's drugs. Also, BRB, driving home time. Alright, have a good, safe trip home. We shall continue with this. What about you? What do you do out here? Let's see. I don't come to the beach. Oh, that's bullshit. I like swimming. I like looking at fish. I like to build sandcastles. Ooh, I think it's like one of these two. I mean, we kind of have to swim to see fish, so I like to swim. Cove's lips curled up in a small smile. Me too. Oh my gosh, twins. It occurred to you that you hadn't been swimming in a while. There was just so much to do before school started up again in so little time. And also, our new best friend can't go swimming either, so it's kind of like, why? We just go swimming right in front of him. It's like, okay, you hang out up there on the beach. We are going to go swimming. I hope you don't mind. Bye-bye. Wow, it's such a true friend, you know? Ugh. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. Oh, hell yeah. Let's get some food. It was not very nice. Ah, fuck pizza, fuck hot dogs and pretzels. But it was nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There are so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. Oh, shit, sorry, let me go back. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near the few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Kit! Happy Gay Month! And that's right, happy Gay Month, everybody! There's Tom. Our power will be unstoppable during this month. Well, yes, welcome, welcome. We're going shopping with Cove. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! Con artist. Nobody has amazing in their name and is not a con artist. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, "The Amazing Alexander," in glittery golden script. And this month, it's illegal to be cis straight. Oh, you're cis straight? Cis hetero? Jail. It's illegal to be here. Goodbye. Unless you're an ally. Ally, you get bail. But cis straight, but homophobic? No. Immediate jail. There was a little table there with a cloth hanging over it. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I can read all this. Why tell people his name if it's already on the sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe you could stay and watch? Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his side before returning them to place. You grinned, waiting for him to follow you as you raced back to the stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck and showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. I am looking. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! He is not impressed. I've seen better. The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Tell me, what is it? This had to be going somewhere and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great. Oh my gosh. You can show your diet. You felt a tug and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magic man. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. Oh, hell yeah, shaped balloons. I remember these. And one for your friend, too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you were really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. Cove was just ruining the fun. At least you had a fun time. You wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. It's like, oh my gosh. He's like trying to be like, it's not real, but we're over here like, oh my god. Your uncle's a magic man too? Damn, Cove. You're so lucky. The Cove started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. Oh yeah, nice. You picked up a kaleidoscope, you picked up a Rubik's Cube, a magic 8-ball, you walked— well, we ain't walking past. I've never been able to complete a Rubik's Cube. I bought a Rubik's Cube one time, and it broke when I tried to use it. I don't know how, I think what happened is that there was one square on it and skill issue. Listen, this is not my fault. I got big paws. I think there was like a square on it that was really loose, and so I kind of pressed down on it and it broke, and then the rest of it just kind of like fell apart afterwards. And after that trauma, I never tried again. But honestly, I should. You know what? Maybe I'll try that. Maybe I don't want it to be a skill issue. I want to have the skills. Maybe I should buy one. I'll try to complete it. A magic 8 balls. Magic 8 balls, alright. But the kaleidoscope. Show me the pretty colors. Ooh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cole picked up one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Let's see, did you have places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it. Oh, these are cool. I hate this place. So back and forth. Did you have places like this in your old town? Cole blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much he missed that place. Not really. You nodded understanding, looking over at the stalls nearby. Oh my gosh, little plushies! While Cove looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read handmade standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Ooh. Oh my gosh, this is the most important decision of the game. Which one do we pick? I mean, my first thoughts is always the shark. I like sharks. They're very nice. I mean, don't mind the movies like Jaws. But the crab, they're funky little dudes, like raving crabs. Is that what that meme is? The raving crabs where they dancing? I don't think that's the song at all. Y'all know what I mean. You know what I mean, the crabs, right? No, give me the crab. Your hand stopped on the crab, claws raised and a tiny smile on its face. It had big eyes and little legs, and the fabric was smooth when you picked it up. You had seen a few crabs at the beach before, though they usually scuttled away before you got a chance to look at them closely. You liked the idea of having a crab all on your own, even if it was just a soft animal. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. Expensive. You really had more than $5 bills to your name. Oh my god, we broke as fuck. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money. It's fine. Wait, really? Really? Are you sure? Hooray! You don't have to. I don't want you to get... No, we take it. Really? Cove took the keychain from your hands and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. I was always going to get you something. I already got the money for it. Cause his daddy rich. You smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey Cove. Yeah? Your dad gives you a lot of money, huh? It took you long enough. I really like this keychain. Thank you. It's nice. Cove looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. Damn, I might get hungry too. Oh, after passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you, I want cheese. How much slot for cheese? Give me the one with the cheese. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a bite. It was covered in gooey, melty cheese, just the way you liked it. It seemed odd to get a dessert pretzel before eating a normal food. No, it's not odd, it's just, I just prefer cheese. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cole placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. Oh, I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist. Oh. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand and a string already dangled around the other.
Okay.
Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. And delicious also, you bit in the doughy treat, savoring the taste in your tongue with a smile as you looked over the ocean. After time you finished your pretzel, you were done with it before Co. It was boring not having anything to do. Yeah, oh my gosh. I'm such a fast eater too. Like, I'll eat with anybody and I'll be finished before them, and I'm just kind of sitting there awkwardly, like, ugh. There were times where I would try to force myself to eat slower, but oh my gosh, some of y'all out there, you'll take like a bite every like 10 minutes. Like, you gotta eat the food to savor it. It's not just for decoration. Now, granted, you know, I probably eat food too fast. But still. I don't just outright inhale it. Sometimes. It depends on what the food is. I mean, if the food's good, it'll be gone in a minute. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held a dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the ocean, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Ko, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. Ooh, my name is Merryweather. He's the prince of dolphins. But Merryweather, he's a dog though. The VTuber, if you guys didn't know. There is a VTuber called Merryweather. Very nice. He got a new model recently. It looks good. My name is Splash. They star in movies. My name's Cherry. She's actually an alien. My name's Sam. Oh my gosh, my dog, Sam. Honor Sam. You sighed, thinking about how great it would be to have a pet dolphin of your own. Sam is no woof. Oh my gosh, I don't have a dog anymore. I have a dolphin, guys. I don't know where I'm gonna put it here in the woods. I guess it can live in the bathtub. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's a loud pop. The balloon exploded into ribbons. You killed it! Oh no. For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock. Like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. Dae, You made a joke. You offered to find Alexander. You offered to give Cove your balloon. You didn't say anything. He'll be alright. Let's go find the dude. Maybe the amazing Alexander's still here? Maybe he'll give you another one if we tell him what happened. After a long second, Cove gave a tiny nod of his head. Take his hand. Let's go. You took hold of Cove's hand. He brought his gaze back down and gripped yours in turn. The two of you wandered up and down the street, but you saw no sign of the amazing Alexander. Finally, you were forced to give up. Still, it seemed to lift Cove's spirit, and that was good. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves in the sunset fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. And that was that. It's kind of like a little bittersweet ending. It's like we had a good day, but the balloon, it popped. But alrighty, so I'm gonna go grab a drink. You guys go ahead and look over the next events that you want to do, and you make a decision. And when I come back, we'll do it. So I want you guys to be able to like look it over. So I'm just gonna disappear for a little bit. BB will still be here though. BB, entertain the chat. I'll be back. Gotta get my little sippy. I'm back. I'm also back.
It is my stream now.
Nope, you're too late, BB. You waited too long. It's mine now. Oh gosh, I'm so glad that's working again. I was getting worried for a second there. But yes, welcome back, Jack. You missed us. You missed us going shopping with Cove, and we got these dolphin balloons, and Cove popped his. It was kind of sad. But yes, moving on. We're almost halfway. Yeah. So we got Grown Up, Long Day, Fireflies, a Runaway Ghost, and a Library. So I will leave the decision up to you guys. But if you want me to pick, I can pick 2. Fireflies? Okay. Tonight, we're going to catch fireflies. At this blunt decoration from your sister you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Oh wait, I forgot to save. Hold on, go back. Hey, alright. Oh wait, no, I did save. Never mind. I've forgotten. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance to the sky. Oh my gosh, I love it when fireflies come out. I don't know why, but it's just like, it unlocks a certain part of my brain where I'm just like, I don't know if it's like nostalgia or, I don't know, comfort in it, but like, but it's just very nice. Bro, I haven't even been laying for a few seconds. Felix is already cuddling. Oh my gosh. He missed you. He was waiting for you to get home, and now here you are. He said, oh my gosh, it's cuddles time. Gotta snuggle the baby. I used to catch them and try to keep him as pets. Me too. I used to try to like hold as many as I could in my hand, and so I was like just come up to like my nephew or like my parents, and I'd open up my hand and they'd just be crawling with like a swarm of fireflies. He didn't cuddle with me last night, so I bet. Yeah. He's ready for cuddles. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. I mean, oh look, there's some right there in the background. There should be some around. It's like, oh, if we look out this big ass glass wall here. Oh, you are you? Yeah. You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs dripping through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Miss Ursa? Oh, Miss Ursa. Hey, my mommy. Sorry, I'm messing with my claws right now. They're bugging me a little bit, so I'm kind of like trimming. Okay. Shiloh tapped his forehead against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your mom know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you're pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. It's already so dark out there. That's prom. That's the prime time to get the fireflies. My nails always bother me when they grow past my fingers. Yeah, mine too. I mean, like, once in a while I'll leave my claws out just a little bit longer, you know, for more, you know, fighting ability. And most of the time I'm just like sitting here and I'll just look down and see how long they've gotten. I just have to trim them. I didn't kind of like scratch my head out when I use them too. So like, I don't know what it is, but like when my nails get so long, I just scratch myself more intentionally, and it's like I gotta stop doing this for no reason. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited for their response. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look. The mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine, fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay? Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. Aw. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth.
Jeez.
No one's gonna die, sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was. You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked up to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Oh, Cove, hi, you're here. Cove smiled at your enthusiastic greeting, and you hoped Mommy would ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was there. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked at your mom with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver out from his large side pocket. Eyes down, dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Oh, he's been real friendly after that whole incident at the beach. Lady craving chicken wings. Ooh, get you some chicken wings. I'm so excited to eat my leftover pizza later. Gonna be a very delicious. Got me a honey bun now that's saved me to filming ahead of time. Ah. Pizza. Charlotte gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded. Oh, he's one of those wavers. It's a grilled chicken with black olives. It's pretty alright. The chicken pieces are pretty huge though. But at least they're not dry. Sometimes I get weird getting grilled chicken from other restaurants because they tend to like dry them out a lot. Well, it wasn't bad. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? Sorry, I'm eating honey bun. Is there any more in here? Oh my gosh, the box is empty. I'll leave it in case Sam comes in here and she wants to play with it. Although she's got some new toys now, I don't think she wants to tear it apart. You can see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. Yoko would say yes. That way you wouldn't be the odd one out with Lizzie and Shiloh anymore. Yeah, no more third wheeling, please.
Yeah.
I can do that. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been any anywhere he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Phil stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. The quick one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Just eggs? What kind of eggs? Scrambled? Hard-boiled? Raw? Some people do eat raw eggs, and I'm kind of... I think it's for like I don't know, like gym exercise stuff, like protein powder. Similarly, but I think that's fresh. Okay, honey bun has been eaten. If I recall what Cove's dad must have ended, because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fine.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. Ooh, the eepiness. It's like white noise just lulling you to sleep. Good night, Jack. It's fine, Mom. Child trod so closely after Lizzie, he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated though. Oh, I hate it when people do that when they step on my heels. It's like, back up. Coming. After a moment, he did. Bye, children. Bye, Mommy. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away. You're so slow, Dae. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Come on, man, we gotta go. We gotta go get the fireflies. Hurry, Cove, before they get all the fireflies first. Yeah, exactly. You darted down the pavement towards your sister and her friend. After a few seconds, you heard the slap of Cove's sandals not far behind. That made you smile as you ran through the night. When you finally reached the hill, you stopped to catch your breath, looking up at Lizzie and Shiloh, who had already made it to the top and started spinning around between the blinking lights of the fireflies. As you climbed to the hill with Cove beside you, you held out your fingers towards the fireflies that were gently bobbing all around, illuminating the grass and the poppies covering the hill. There was barely any wind, which made it perfect for the little lightning bugs to be out exploring the big wide world. Wow. Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hey guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. Shiloh couldn't help but giggle, you and Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You quietly looked on, you shooed the bug away. The little bug was spooked when you moved waved a hand towards it, flittering in front of Cove's nose for a moment or two before darting away. Cove let out a surprised sound and followed after the glow. But there he goes. Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb and you tried to be cautious of that. You had a bandage on your palm and you tried to be... And two bandages on your hand and you tried to... Oh my gosh. You were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. I was not very good at it. I was not a very careful child. Let's see. Excuse me. Oh my god. That kind of ripped its way out of me. I had a bandage on my thumb. I was just cutting the nail on my thumb earlier, so you know what? It kind of works out. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make sure yourself seemed like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. His tiny legs tickled your skin and you giggled at the sensation. Cole kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cat swayed awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Blah. Cole watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Well, let's show him the one that we have. Hey, wanna see the one I got? Cove gave one more look in the direction of his lost prize before coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over top the ones that you were holding open. It tingled. He stayed very still. He's having a moment. The last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. Oh, there's your hand. Oh my god. That's an adult's hand right there. What the hell? Man, don't get into a fight with Cove. He'll knock you out. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked. Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Dae. With a laugh, you gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack before performing an awkward low five. The rendering on the nails, like, my goodness, I know. So shiny. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, forgive me, there's like so many others around. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. Let's get more bugs. I want to clip them. Cove, come here. We need to clip your nails right now. Uh-huh, we can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll get a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You were not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it all. All you could focus on was the adventures at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. You were having the time of your life racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Dae, this way! You follow the sound of Ko's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretches his arms in front of him, reaching with his fingers, only narrowly missing his target. Ko and you took turns trying to scare fireflies into the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There are a few times when you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success with the both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out, and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily, and his face seemed really flushed. That was fun. A lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy that he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was. Dae, Ko, get up here. We're going to have a race. Shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so that you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of the race. Hi. Hi. Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. This was the second time it got in the way tonight. This wasn't even the first time she had asked him to be the referee for one of her sudden races. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess.
Well, damn, Lizzie. You're supposed to include everybody in the game, not make one of them the referee. Your cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. Alright, well. Take your positions. Satisfied with this, Lizzie moved to lay down. Shallow did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. Countdown! You quickly got into a position as well, resting on your side in the grass and tugging your arms close to your chest. 3, 2, 1, go! The three of you took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom. Oh my gosh, I used to love doing this. Just like the rush of like going down like 10 miles an hour down the hill, but it felt so fast all the time. The wind rippling through, getting the bugs in the grass in your hair. Ah, good times. The hill seemed so much bigger back then, but now they're too small now for me. You squeeze your eyes shut, a delighted laugh leaving you, and consequently allowing a few blades of grass into your mouth. You sputtered, reaching up to wipe them away, but threw off your balance and sent you careening sideways. I almost broke my wrist doing something like that. Oh my gosh. You could have ended up like Cove with a pink cast. Broken wrist. Ack. Everyone started too close together because of the slight turn it made you, then Shao, then Lizzie collide into a heap. You tumbled down the last few feet in a pile. Shao's elbow was in your stomach and you were pretty sure Lizzie's hair was in your mouth, but you had survived. Perhaps it would have been safe for Cove after all. You could hear him laughing in the distance. When you opened your eyes, you saw the starry sky above, and Cove still on the top of the hill, staring down at the three of you with an amused look on his face. Hey, cool crash. I think Shallow was the first one at the bottom. That didn't count. We need a redo. Kids, it's time to come in. No! You sighed, not knowing if it was from the contentment or exasperation, and closed your eyes again. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much. Anyway, all that mattered was that you all had a good time, which judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. You're all so happy. Yeah. Happy, happy, happy. Bum, 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 bum. Happy, happy, happy. Oh yes, thank you for plugging in the Discord and Twitter, Shaggy. Why didn't the Twitter work? Hello? Nothing happened. Oh, there we go. It didn't show up for me for some reason. But yes, thank you, thank you. If you guys would like to join the Discord or the Twitter, please feel free. We welcome all. You will get... He put too many T... Oh, I see. I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. The 3 T's. It's okay. I fix. But yeah, if you guys still want to hang out with each other outside of stream, we have the Discord there. And also, you will get notified of schedules and when I am live. And on Twitter, you will also get updates on... Usually on stream times. Usually I'll use Twitter to, like... I don't know, you know, retweet and like notify about like stuff that's happening in the life. And also if I'm going to be late for stream, I usually just mostly update on Twitter. I should do that on Discord though, so that everybody knows, because some people don't have to have Twitter. It'd be like that. Teas are never a problem, especially on game month. Hell yeah, we love teas here. Okay, guys, we got 5 more left. I want to see... I wonder if we can get through all of them today. Or maybe... it's only 3.5 hours. We can probably do the rest of them today. We can finish step 1. So what next? What do you guys want to do next? You want to go to the library? You want to do grown up? Long day? Ghost? Runaway? The choice is in your hands. You choose. I'm gonna think I'm gonna... Okay. I can choose. Unless anybody else wants to pick. But have a good nap, Jack. I hope you get some good rest. You're streaming today, aren't you? At 7? What's today? Friday? Yeah, Kingdom Hearts. So you gotta get rested up for stream. Right, I think let's go ahead and do... Should we go down the line here, maybe? Let's do grown up. One sweltering summer day, you're in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt like it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. You get too much fur, get too hot. Honestly, it's kind of, it's kind of different that, our mothers put Lizzie in a golfing class, because usually when I hear about, like, parents putting their kids in, like, in some sort of extracurricular activity, it's usually some sort of sport. Like a sport like maybe like soccer. I think soccer and like gymnastics is the one I hear the most about kids being put into. But like golf is like, I don't know, golf seems like it'd be a little bit too boring for a child, but I don't know. Lizzie just be like that. She likes the boring stuff. And suddenly a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play. I said why, and it'll be fun. Duh. What do they do inside that we don't, besides use the phone a lot? Let's go in a small huff. Lizzie decides to ignore Cove. Do you want to? I mean... I don't know. Why y'all making me this hotter? It doesn't sound fun. I bet we could think of something else. It's like... I don't know. Please, Dae. When have I ever had a bad idea? Whenever we play with you. I wasn't asking you. Okay, alright. Well, just calm down. I was as fun as you're promising it'll be. Lizzie looked at you, deadly serious. It's the most exciting idea I've had all week. Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you. I'm going to be a professional golfer. Dae, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. We have to play sports as adults? Yep. But there's other kinds of sports too. It isn't the same. What do you think, Dae? Don't those choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? I mean... It's a very limited amount of choices for all the sports there are. I mean, I kind of like those, but is there anything? Isn't there anything else we can be? Lizzie stomped a foot on the ground. Nope, come on, just decide already. Knowing Lizzie wouldn't let this go anytime soon, you sighed. Cove was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. He thought over the list of possibilities. Beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. Out of all of them, he'd prefer to play... I think out of all of these, I'd prefer volleyball the most, despite having a lot of trauma playing volleyball. My head is just a magnet for the ball, but I think I would prefer that one over gymnastics. I'm not that flexible. Tennis? Tennis has a bit more too much running than volleyball does. Beach volleyball. If you couldn't spend the afternoon at the beach for real, then you might as well pretend you were there. You could even wear your swimsuit to make it seem more realistic. Although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off and do that now that she had you here. Yes, that was clearly the top option. Okay, I'm gonna be a volleyball player. How about you, Cove? I'll be a volleyball team too. Lizzie threw her hands in the air, making an annoyed sound. You guys can't be the same thing. That's not how it works. You didn't say that. The rule is picking from the list. You can't keep adding more. Lizzie looked at the two of you, then shook her head, resigned to losing this battle, but not the war. Fine, you're both volleyball players, but you're on the same team because there's only one. If there's only one volleyball team, then who are we fighting against? Who are we playing against? Lizzie's ponytail bobbed. I keep thinking there's an L in her. Bobbed when she proudly stretched her arms wide. The Olympic team. Huh? We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cove didn't seem all that impressed with this announcement. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his nose. That's really specific. That's what makes it fun. Anyway, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of the both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I want all gold medals, and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. Doesn't matter if you know who she is, it's a golf thing. You guys want medals too. Your team plays at silver. It's more real if we're not all first place. But when I want to be first place, we can do better than silver. You pouted, Lizzie, unhappy with the decision. Dae's right.
Sorry.
Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Well, then you lose. Then you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way, it wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed to him, apparently because he looked back at Lizzie with the anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her tongue. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like the normal houses here with a street. On it, right on the sand, by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you would want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bench of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything? Well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing. How come you're yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling into fists at her sides. It is not impossible, and it's better than yours. Disagreements always seemed to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought you'd prefer a mansion. Being on the beach was cooler. You would agree with Lizzie. Cove was right. You were tired of deciding between either of them. I mean, this is true, but I also do think the beach is cooler. Mansions, they're too big. Too much space. What am I going to do with all that space? I mean, I guess I could put all my little bear buds in there, but I mean, they mostly stay outside. They like the nature more, so I mean, the rooms are kind of just useless. So I'm gonna pick the beach. Who wouldn't want to live on the beach? It'd be really great. You can have windows made from driftwood and seashell wind chimes. Ugh. He smiled slightly over the agreement, then turned to Lizzie with bolstered confidence. You can swim whenever you want if you live on the beach. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. The two of them scout at each other. Uh-oh. You're being so unreasonable. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you said so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed over to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Dae, it's time to get ready to go. So you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed with red with anger. I can go by myself. But, by Dae. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't he who he was mad at. Yeah, we were kind of just like a little bystander here while they were duking it out. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and walked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? I'm gonna tell her the truth. I'm snitching. We were playing pretend and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know. I tried, but he was... No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. I mean, she was the one that kept pushing it. Ah, right, we better get a move on. Let's go. Nolani, where did you leave the car keys? Have to get into the car. Vroom vroom. Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say anything. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. You picked your favorite song, it always made the car more fun. You chose a soundtrack to a cool movie saw a couple months ago. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that would cheer her up. Nah, she can be mad. I'm gonna pick my song. Eventually, Lizzie came around and started singing along with you. You both knew all the words, and your moms even sang along too. Car karaoke. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of the sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Yeah, I think this is like a Chinese buffet place, if I can recall correctly. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting. You hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that all of this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned at the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. When she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips. Now then, Mr. Horn's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Co can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good, let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched from them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. I don't regret a damn thing. You felt a little guilty, like you betrayed. No, she was getting a little too mouthy. She was getting a little too aggressive about it. So I don't regret nothing. You frowned to yourself, recalling how Cove had left it such a bad way. Hopefully time and Lizzie's pending apology would raise his spirits and smooth things over between them. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the nub for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod. Sullen, without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. Ring, hello? Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. Mr. Horton's warm voice came through the other end. Evening, Horton residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
Lizzie Ursa? What a surprise! But of course you can say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard. You were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Nolani, Dae, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. Hi, Cove's dad. Hi, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about it when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out, Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was a more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you. Dae's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad. Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away. I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine by feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed up quietly. Me and Dae should get gold too. That's right. Lizzie had kept down eyeing you two, what you deserved. We always deserve gold here. Gold medals for all. Lizzie was momentarily stunned by silence by the demand. She probably forgot that it had even happened already. Alright, we all win the gold. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wonder if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Hi. Bye, Dae. Oh my god, bye, Cove. Bye, bestie. You picked up at the mention of your name. He smiled, even if you couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. Goodbye, bestie. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left, since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now, too? Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Conflict resolved. I mean, it's only natural that kids will fight. I mean, I've come up, when I was a wee cub, I came across lots of kids in amongst my peers that were very, you know, I guess what would you call it? They were very, like, they had a lot of leader skills. So they wanted to, like, push and, like, lead how, like, the games would go. And, of course, not everybody was a very big fan of that. Especially other kids that had an equal leadership personality. So there was just always clashes. I just went with whatever. I did what I wanted to do. I was like, you know what? You guys do you. I'm gonna do my own thing. And that's pretty much what we did during that event. But yes, if anybody would like to pick the next one that we do, feel free. I'll give y'all a couple minutes. I'll give you a minute. How about that? You got a minute if you want to decide. If not, I'll pick. I just want to make sure everybody gets the opportunity to choose. I'm gonna go in here real quick. There's some things that I keep forgetting to do. I don't know why I said that. I swear, sometimes I just like leave my mouth open. I just say the shit that doesn't really make any sense. But yes, okay. Alright, how about we do the library? Every year, the Sunsetburn Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to it, you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie. Well, I liked reading when I was younger, but I'm not sure for an event like this I would have really cared. So I'm gonna say I didn't really care. It's just something you did every year. You didn't question it much. Yeah, that sounds more like it. Lizzie didn't like when you teased her during the team quiz, but she seemed to like that you were there helping her either way. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all 4 of you. You had never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has a stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay inside of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'll probably hold you kids back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant only as a joke. Cove's dad seemed to deflate a bit. I'll swing around again when this shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now. Oh, you don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister already in full competition mode cut him off. For once, Cove was grateful she was there. We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after when we win. Okay, okay. See you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age is really catching up to me now. Bye, Dad. Bye, son. The 4 of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. Huh? I said I wanted to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Why at the first sign of the conflict? Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. And you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. I mean, we're still in the library, though. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours. Why are you looking at them? Dae is with us. They can come if they want to. I mean... Okay, so a little spoilers. There are like 2 routes you can go through here. You'll get different like events depending on who you go with. But since this is about routes for the future, I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna go over to Cove. You walked over to Cove, averting your eyes from Lizzie. I got sick with my bestie, not Bessie. Gosh, there's no cow here named Bessie. Cove was surprised, but happy at the same time. You never really thought about exploring the library before. It sounded like more fun than the same old thing. Fine, let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Bye, guys. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. That's just how Lizzie is, huh? I don't like it. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek. Hide and seek, not exploring. Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. You weren't really entirely sure how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. Hide first. I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe. He's stuck. Sorry. Decision made, Cove took off toward the back of the library. You'd already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was... what are we going to check out? Let's go... The fairy tale? Near the older kids section, there was a display with a bunch of fancy-looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section, hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. There you are! There was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Gotcha. I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. I'm like a bloodhound. Cove laughed as a smile overtook his face. You kind of are.
Okay.
Oh my god, he straight up calling me a dog. Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands, you went to go hide. Ooh. By the fire awareness station near the stuffed animals, giant piece of fruit. Outlaw, fantasy, near the toddler book. Oh. Let's go by the outlaw poster. I'm an outlaw. You hid in the tiny alcove across from the gigantic poster of a woman named Kissin' Kate. Oh, Kissin' Kate? Who's she kissing? Waiting for Cove to find you, hidden from view, you looked across at her wide smile. Kissing Kate Barlow. She and her bright red gleaming smile seemed exactly like the kind of outlaw that Lizzie would think was cool. You mulled over the idea of showing your sister this new poster. She hadn't seen it before. But Lizzie wouldn't want to be dragged away from the thing she'd come here to do. And besides, she was probably mad at you for going with Cove. Well, that's just her. Let her stay mad. We're having fun here. Suddenly, his head appeared directly in front of you. Found you. Whoa, can you teleport or something? No. He glanced over his shoulder to see what you've been staring at. Cool. I like her lipstick. Yeah? Yeah, like a poisonous fish. What? A poisonous fish? He stared at her for a couple seconds longer, then glanced back at you. It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. When the time was up, he was long gone. Again. There was still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was in all the Christmas stuff next to the Kid Detective poster. The Willy Wonka statues. Oh my god. He must be next to all the Willy Wonka there's more than one Willy Wonka? You thought, and you were right. Cove was standing there, looking at them. He must have missed him in the crowd at first sight. Oops, sorry. He wasn't really hiding at all. I think that's what it said. Yeah. Oh hey. These are creepy. The statue made from brass. Lizzie had told you once. Apparently they were all the kids that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie Bucket, Augustus Gloop, Veruca Salt. I was gonna hide here, but they're too weird. Let's keep playing. I can still win. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked and mouthed, opening like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Adjust the cast? I mean, you got them wavy eyebrows, that green hair. I think there was some more clear giveaways here. The fact that he tucks his tank top into his big ass belt. I mean, you got a very distinct look here, dude. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're Dae, right? Mm-hmm. Phew, I found you both at once. That's right, she's with them. And the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's go get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. There you are. She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey gang, I thought you'd been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go up by yourself, at least. Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. Aw. Stream's going good. We're making some good progress. But we're leaving the library now, after playing hide and seek. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in Victor-to-be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional palate she still had not forgiven your betrayal. Cove had sighed when he had to sit in the middle after Lizzie shot past him at the last second, but he cheered up some as you hopped in the back seat next to him. Did you say you came in second place? That's got some good going. No, it's not. Well, Lizzie's a second is the first to lose type person, but you know, I'm a second is the best, you know? First is the worst, second is the best, third's the one with the hairy chest. She gotta stop being so pessimistic. A win is a win, you know? She levied another glare at you over her shoulder. Striving to improve is good too. It makes Dae the winner in your family. Yeah, that's me. I'm Dae. Dae kept finding me in our game. I lost. We need a rematch. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning. Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You had the seat that she'd fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. The big thing on the flyer for this was a chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is Mom even going to let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? We'll see. I'll ask her. I'll talk to all of your moms about this. Thanks, Cove's dad. Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. Oh, you gave up on sleep? Poor Jack. No sleep. Potato chip time. Delicious. Also, remember this for later. There's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Wink wink, nudge nudge. Something brewing. I worry about you, and I bet Dae's parents wouldn't want them to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son? That's my boy. Now enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? It's the potato chip. And the conversation continued from there, with debate on what was best to put on a pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other three kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. You know? Potato. Just regular potatoes, no extra flavoring. But you know, I never really tried anchovies before. I know people say they're gross, but you know, I'm a little curious. I might want to try. Maybe someday. Just one anchovy on a single slice of pizza and nowhere else. You'd had a fun date already, but closing it out with the promise of a free pizza after all, and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. You were glad you decided not to do the quiz this time, and were already getting curious about how things would play out next year. Oh, the brand. Clancy's potato. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Clancy's chip. Save. Alright, only 3 left. What I miss? We're going to the library because the library is hosting this event for a quiz, I guess on storybooks. And us with Cove, Lizzie, and Shiloh went, but Cove decided he would rather explore the library instead of do the quiz, so we kind of tagged along with him and played hide and seek instead of the quiz, and then Shiloh and Lizzie ended up getting second, and they were pretty mad about that. But we won our hide and seek game. Well, at least I did. And then we got a free pizza. It was delicious. And we're almost done with the first step. Let's do, you know, let's go ahead and do Ghost. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flipped through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. The ones that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor, Cove. It was funny how he had become such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. You thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started catching up to you. Then, you heard something scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes, but the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed. Like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. You went back to bed. It was only your imagination. You had to investigate the mysterious sound. It's too creepy to ignore. I mean, you know, when I was younger, I would have a lot of trouble sleeping because I thought I heard creepy noises too. And my dad told me, well, I mean, when you hear noises, it's just best to go up and investigate it because once you know what's making it, you'll feel better. So, you know, let's go investigate. Gotta put on our detective caps. You practically jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late, it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door opening as you slipped past. That's why I have a loud-ass fan, yeah. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It was exhilarating. The rush of doing something you're not allowed to do. Your chest was light, and you couldn't keep the grin from your face. No one had permitted you to go out. In fact, no one even knew you were out. And yet here you were. You wonder what else you could do. What if the rules were so ingrained that you had never even considered that they could be broken? Dae. Cove. You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calling down upon seeing Cove walking up to you. It was strange, and yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You weren't sleeping either? Why not? Cove turned up his lips to smile, almost as if he were amused by the question. Because you heard the weird noise? You could tell you hit the nail on the head by the way his eyes widened. He's like, oop! Yeah, you knew? I heard it too. That's why you came out, huh? Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? Well... maybe a little. Me too. I feel better that you're here. Me too. We can be scared together. The two of you delicately smiled at that. Cove even chuckled a bit. It was nice that you both felt the same way about things. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? Oh my god, Cove, chill. The unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came yet again, tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly looked around trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that it could be anything. It had to be a ghost. There's gotta be a regular reason for it. No. When you are a child and you hear something spooky, you're not, oh my gosh, there's gotta be a perfectly reasonable explanation. No, that bitch, it's a ghost! Invisible, creepy thing luring children from their beds? It had to be a monster. You were torn between the curiosity discovering what the noise really was and being scared enough to want to run straight home and hide under the bed covers. When you co-locked eyes, it was like speaking without words. Your mutual anxiety hadn't gone away entirely. Hey, can you tell where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look more. Somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. Investigating. You're not supposed to do that in horror movies, but you know, it's fine. I'm sure we won't get murdered. You clustered together as you walked the familiar streets of your neighborhood, drawing strength from each other's presence. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. Ooh, you stayed frozen in thought. You took a deep breath to calm yourself. You comforted him. You offered him your hand. You focused ahead. You know, take my hand. We can do this together. You really wanted to be there for him and wanted to show that. Your hand was left up for him to take. Cove's mouth opened wordlessly. There was a pause, but ultimately he accepted the offer. His hand was really sweaty, but it didn't bother me. Ew, sweaty. You couldn't wipe your hand on your pants before you grabbed my hand? You were scared too, but being able to comfort Cove was the most important thing right now. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together. Your fingers locked around each other even tighter. Why did you want to check? Ooh, where should we check? I mean, if it's by the house, let's check the hills. You and Cove ascended the hill, lit only by the stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair. Without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing, every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or towering monster. The noise was just as loud here as it was in your neighborhood, with just as little indication behind the cause. But we have to keep going. We gotta keep investigating. You couldn't stop when you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out-of-place sight, pinpointing the answer to this mystery. Without visible markers to guide your way, you supposed it was up to you and Code to deduce the source of the sound. They held many great hiding places, and you intended to check them all. You upturned rocks, peered up trees, and rummaged in the thick grass for anything that might bring some closure on all this. You stuck close to Cove as you hunted for the source of the noise. When the shrieking noise shook the air, seeing him beside you calmed your racing heart. Seeking to ease your nerves and put aside thoughts of what it might be out in this dark, spooky night, you decided to strike up a conversation. You searched for a topic that was more fruitful than your search for the noise. Your eyes fell on Cove's cast and you were instantly inspired. Have you broken any other bones? No. Oh. It turned out that wasn't much of an engaging topic for him after all. I broke my leg once. I broke my arm was broken before too. I never broke a bone. I sprained my ankle before. I haven't done neither of these. I'm part of the No Broken Bones Club. Lucky. That put an end to your discussion, but Cove's calmer mood alleviated the bleak atmosphere like you hoped it would. Cove cast his eyes out to the darkness, feeling bolder. Does this make you feel strange? We were people who heard weird noises at night and are out looking for what it is. Hell yeah! 2 people in the club. No broken bones here. It's like we're at the start of a book or a movie and we're the main characters. Yeah. Ooh. It's a fantasy story. The world they found outside looked for their own, but it wasn't. They had stepped into another dimension without even knowing. Yep, it's a dimension where everyone has been cursed to sleep until the monster making the noise is defeated. How are we going to defeat the monster? We'll find magical swords that can defeat the dreaded beast with one blow. Okay. Well, whatever the noise was, you
I've never broken a bone, but I've definitely broken others.
Mm-hmm, that is true. BB's bones, they cannot be broken. He is very durable. I've never seen anything injure him before. But he is very strong, so, you gotta be careful. But whatever the noise was, you were confident that you had established that it was not coming from the hill. Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was to be found on the hill, you had to consider your next step. Let's check. Let's go to the beach. Let's go get away. They say what they're gonna say. The beach stretched out in front of you. Nothing in sight along its sands, no matter which way you turned. Part of you had imagined the noise as some creature of the deep, washed up on the shore and calling for aid. The theory had to be taken off the list for now. Still, you'd spent enough time on the shore to know that the real finds often require a sharp eye and careful attention. The sound was no more than a whimper now. Emboldened, you kept your head high and walked along the sand. Let's see if there's anything here. You began to comb the beach for clues. You followed suit. The angry wind sent grains of sand rolling across the beach like waves. You stayed clear of the water, which was rough and choppy tonight, and scoured the area for hints as to what might be happening. You saw something glint in the sand, full of promise, but when you eagerly uncovered it, you found that it was just foil from a chip packet. Oh my gosh, Jack! Don't put your... You can't just leave your chip packet here on the beach when you're done eating your chips. That's littering. Put it in the garbage can. We'll have to send you to jail. You stowed it away with a sigh. Did you find something? Just trash. Cove shrugged and gave you a sympathetic smile. That's how it goes sometimes. You like hunting for treasures on the beach too, right? Yeah. Have you ever found anything mysterious or weird? You were expecting him to mull the question over for a bit, but Cove answered immediately. It wasn't me, I swear. I'm still eating, allegedly. Teeth. Like a shark's tooth? You see those for sale in shops, though you've never been lucky enough to stumble across one on the beach. No, not that. People teeth. No. Yeah, you know how grown-ups sometimes don't have their own teeth any longer, and they get fake ones so they can still eat? You know how to listen in fascinated horror. I found some, the top half. How'd you know it was the top half? It had the pink top of the mouth bit, like this. He opened wide and pointed at the roof of his mouth. You let out a squeal. What did you do with them? Mom took them from me. I don't know what happened to it after that. That was... probably the right thing to do. Too bad. Think of the prank opportunities. Ew. Still not Stranger Things I found. But no, it's gross. I hope you wash your hands a billion times after you touch them. I washed them. Pretty sure. As you contemplated your options, it occurred to you that you hadn't heard the noise for a while. Cove, I think it's gone. Cove perked up at this. You watched as he listened for the scary sound that became background noise to your adventure.
You're right.
You both stood awkwardly in the now silent night. Without the mysterious call to lead you, there wasn't a reason to stay out here any longer. The night was still as you walked home. With none of the usual background noises or the eerie whistle from before, you could hear every step you and Cove made, like a cough in a movie theater. The two of you came to a halt in front of outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. You had to sneak back inside. Do you sneak out a lot? This is the first time. Yeah, I've never tried to do it till now. Thought so. How did you know? I hadn't seen you out my window this late before. That was fair, though it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that this was the first time he caught you. Are you worried about getting caught?
No.
No. He was so forthright that you believed him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Uh-oh. Oh. You didn't know how to react. I said, see it more positively. Your dad's just worried about you. He cares. Doesn't matter if he worries if he's the one making things worse. Divorce trauma. Alright, I'm going in. Okay, good night. Wow. Wow, Cove, that's so tough. I'm going back to bed. Bye. Good night, Ko. Thanks for coming with me tonight. I'm not sure I could have done it by myself. I wanted to go with you. You beamed at him. You turned the doorknob as slowly as the clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock, then nudged it open. When all that happened was the door opening, rather than the blaring alarms you'd feared, you melted with relief. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weird, still. It looked like they were on the same show as they were watching before you left, yet you were positive you'd been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could just use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion, but how would you get there? Let's see. You decided to walk in. Just walk in nonchalantly. Just try to sneak. You hugged the wall as you creeped delicately around the perimeter of the room. It was a valiant effort that any spy would have been proud of, right up until the moment you had tripped over a power cord and nearly fell over. Dae? You might not have fallen, but your accident ruined your cover. You had been spotted. They abandoned the couch and the show to hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet. What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? Ooh. Should we lie? Should we tell the truth? Should we be a good child, Mummy? I swear. I had a nightmare. Lie. Okay. There is no harm. I was about to say Jack earlier this stream. You should tell the truth. Just rip off the band-aid. Now Jack. Lie! But yeah, there is no harm to it. You couldn't bring yourself to own up to what you had done. I heard scary noises, so I came down here. So their surprise gave way to concern. Honey, Mom took you by the hand and led you up the stairs. Woof, your hand is cold. Why didn't you come over to us? I was supposed to be in bed. Dae, you won't ever be in trouble for coming to us when you're frightened. We'd much rather you came to us than try to solve things all by yourself. Ooh. About that. Her phrasing made you feel bad. The nervousness ate at you as you were tucked into bed. Your mom's assumed that your flushing insistence on delving under the covers was part of your fear, and spoke to you softly until you calmed down enough to peep out from underneath your sheets. Once your mom said left, you turned over the night's adventure in your mind. It was so hard to believe that you had really done it. It was harder still to believe that you'd gotten away with it. Even now, you half expected to be caught somehow. Perhaps you left the door ajar, or trailed sand where they'd already swept up. You hoped that Cove had gotten home okay. Though you hadn't been worried, being told off was never fun. Reeling down deeper underneath the sheets, your thoughts turned to the unsolved mystery. You and Cove had only just begun to scratch the surface of it. Maybe you'd solve it, or maybe you wouldn't, but what mattered was that you'd share the same experience with each other. You were still so energized by the night's excitement that you tossed and turned in bed for some time, thinking the theories shared Cove when you next saw him. Sleep eventually claimed you, but the adventure merely resumed in your dreams. The next morning proceeded mostly like usual, though your mom seemed to be giving extra consideration since finding you last night. You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble for the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether it was because his dad chose not to punish him or if Cove got away with it. It was amazing to you that it all worked out for you both. As for the sounds that started with this all, the adults around were convinced that it was nothing more than the wind. Excuse me. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense when you were grown up too. And that's what it'd be. I mean, it probably was just the wind. I mean, the wind can sound pretty scary sometimes. It can sound really rough, especially when they're like in an area with like trees and bushes scratching against the house as well. That's probably all that it really was. A bunch of scaredy cats. Alright, I think we're gonna save this one for last. Let's do a long day. I'm not that long. It was another scorching summer day. The kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel frustrated. Don't look at me. He was always wanting to hear what you thought instead of giving his own opinion, and expected you to come up with the plans. It was hard work, especially for such a hot day. You drank yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like... ice cream cone. Ice cream. Ice cream. Nothing beat a classic creamy scoop of ice cream on a day like this. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Also, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. Not unless you steal. Let's see. You voice your predicament out loud. I want an ice cream cone. Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, picked up. That sounds good. I don't have anything like that in the house, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check it if I have any. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins plus one stray button. He set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, he announced to Shiloh. He had almost certainly came to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. I mean, it's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust or sandy crumbs, but every so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pooling your finds. Shiloh had his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53, and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings you might have had about that. Yeah. You could now afford something at the shops. Just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! Ice cream, ice cream. The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar buoyed you on to your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting an ice cream cone? Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. But yeah, but... Are you really sure it's okay? Yeah. Really? Really? Are you sure? Pleased, you bought the dessert you longed for. Sweet success. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You leapt at the soft ice cream. The sweetness perked you up. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head. No. He didn't want any after everything he had did to help get it. That was weird. Let's see. You tried to include Shiloh. Listen, if this were real life though, if as soon as like his like mouth would like touch the ice cream, I wouldn't want it anymore. I'd be like, ew, you got your germs on it. Your spit, I don't want it anymore. But for the sake of the game and to be nice, we must share. Sharing is caring. Even if Shiloh said that it was okay, every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. Exactly. You stood your ground even as this treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already, so you can have it. That's more than fair. You held it out to him. If you want to have some even more than I want to finish, I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it, so eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up. It's really good. Thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross and that's the real reason why he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. Two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt, or he was too afraid to. Let's see. You figured that was his problem and didn't care. Are you scared of me? You thought that was kind of sad. Are we friends? These two questions are so blunt. But you know what? Are we friends? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. Yeah, I think so. He says that friends should be able to talk to each other without being scared. If Shiloh wouldn't do that, were you even really friends at all? He rubbed his hands together nervously over your non-reaction. You weren't sure how sorry he could be without knowing what he's even apologizing for, but you shook your head. You didn't do anything. It was true. Shiloh hadn't done something mean. He got out of his way to make you happy. It didn't seem like it should be a bad thing, yet it bothered you. I just don't know if you like me. It's like, it doesn't matter what I do, you're gonna act the same. I could be anybody and you wouldn't care. No, I like you. I really, really like you, Dae. I want to be friends. Okay. He smiled hesitantly at him, and his fidgeting ceased. Even though you weren't sure if you believed him, this was only making things worse. You decided that maybe there were all types of friends. If Shiloh wasn't able to do things differently, this would have to be alright. Shella made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times, and there had been confusing ones. You were positive one thing, at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. We got the ice cream, so that's all that matters. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you took a moment to make a joke, accused Lizzie of causing trouble, carefully asked about what happened. What happened? I know nothing. Without a time machine... I've done both. What both did you do, Paul? What have you done? What illegal activities did you procure? Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Dae, I got yelled at. He took a deep breath, a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shala knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do? No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. It's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again. You're chicken. The audacity. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? Yeah, I am. Cluck cluck. She can't tease you about being a chicken if you are. In fact, a chicken. No longer bear, we chicken now. Hunched over, you folded your arms to four wings and bat them up and down. For once, your sister seemed at a loss, but it didn't take long for her to regain her usual confidence. So you admit it. You continue to flap your arm wings as you circle your sister, clucking all the while. There's no shame in a chicken being a chicken.
I have finished my snacks.
You finished? Okay. Do you want me to take them away from you then? Were they nice and delicious? Yeah, I'll put them away. BBB, a fool bear. I don't have enough points to respond. Here.
You take them so I can munch on them later.
Yeah, the perks of being able to do my own TTS. Unlimited channel points. Yeah, you're a chicken. Things were not going the way Lizzie expected. She fought against a laugh and looked for a way to restore her serious authority. You and Cove were both little chickens. Baka! Cove folded his arms, though the one with the cast wasn't as tightly tucked down, and joined you in cheeping around. It was hard to cluck through the giggles that rose up when you saw him imitating a chicken, but you still both gave a first-class performance. The door to the old couple's condo flung open to reveal one of the culprits behind Cove's tears. He froze, wings raised. Can't you let anyone have a bit of peace and quiet? He must not be a fan of the theater or farm animals as well as kids. That was the only explanation for his outburst, which is far louder than anything you and Cove had done. Go on, beat it! It was distinctly unfair, but Cove's lip was trembling, and you thought it would be best to heed his command. Lizzie took off, with Shala immediately trailing after without as much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's hollows propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice a stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cold grass against your skin. Hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes and decided it wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. But now we have Cove. So that's okay. You still felt a little sad about how much time you spent together. You know what? It's fine. Shiloh could prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. There were other things to attend to anyway. Rick got closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name White Linen Poppy. Mom told me. He quicked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Oh, wow. It's mine too. I like roses, buttercups, snapdragons, hibiscus, peonies, sunflowers, tulips, orchids. Having your own answer. I like all flowers. I don't care about flowers. I only know what my mom tells me. Oh, I do like sunflowers, but I also like the poppies as well. We share. Co's smile widened as he looked at you. Cool. We both like poppy. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated by, splitting from each other and merging and morphing into new shapes. Dolphin, car, alpaca, smiley face. You saw cloud shapes. Wow, how creative. I see a dolphin. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. You noticed Cove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin. Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, I like dolphins. Hey, he chuckled at your reaction. He lied to me and gaslit. All the sun's light faded from the sky, and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument for the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Ko would never say no to going to the shore. He was the child of the sea. You, however, wanted to go there too. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication on how busy it had been only hours earlier. Oh, that's the castle we made last time. It's still here. It's still standing. Oh my gosh, such a good foundation. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish. I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be so serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishies. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You've never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Shallow never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. That's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Dae. I don't have a dad, but I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me. Oh, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. You joked about Shallow's mom getting together with Cove's dad. Ew, no. Gross. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. Yeah. Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shallow scurried out of the Cove's spray zone with a grin. It's time to retaliate! We gotta get him! You used your foot to smack the water pooling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she sputtered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck. Oh, that's gross. Oh my gosh. I hate getting salt water in my mouth. It's just so disgusting. Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war. Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Oh my god, he's soaking. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain. As you all hurried over to check on him, his hair was plastered to his head and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go, Shiloh, you dumbo. Alright, help him up. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Oh, alright then. Drown then. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice, and she held out her hand to Shiloh too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident. Especially not to Lizzie. Even if her relationship with Shiloh was felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite. Right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove from laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. Before you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside, chatting to Cove's dad. Uh-oh. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you're all in, ranging from messy to soaked. Elizabeth, is that all you had to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. And you certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holt, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think I could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove. Let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought. Okay. Attaboy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up from the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Ursa family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, he waved back. Good night. Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mom had... Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall. Unless you were less sandy, you weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. I feel like an indoor picnic. Ooh, fun. Had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without the hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed clean-up session, at least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Alright, here we are. At the final event for this summer. What do you think? What do you guys think is going to happen in there? I'm not sure. It's just straight up lying through my teeth. It's like, I don't know. What could it be? Anything could happen. Anything at all. I wonder. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out.
It was early, and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. A backpack. Interesting. As you walked the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi, Cove. Can you come to the playground with me?
No.
Sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Dae. What? Where? He shifted, and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to stuff things into his pockets from what you've seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Cove didn't glance up and met your eyes. He started to grow worried. But where are you going, though? Oh, I'll come with you. He looked up at that. You hoped he would agree, but instead he shook his head. I'll come back, though. Sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. Bye. But wait, I want to come. Let me come with you. He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller. Then you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly, it didn't seem as fun anymore. Not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. You stayed there. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot. You just continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park, or the beach, or the store street, or his house, or anything. He was new. He might not know what you did. He might not know what you did. You jogged down the street to catch up to him. Hi. You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eye and frowned. Go away, Dae. I just wanted to say you're going the wrong way. There aren't any places the way you're going. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking. Why can't I come with you if you're just walking? Cove let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling that he was starting to get mad at you. I told you, I'm leaving. I'm going to be gone for a while. But I still want to go with you. You can't. Why not? You gotta spell it out for me. Cove came to a sudden stop. You almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot start to grow in your stomach. You're not supposed to be leaving? His expression was grave. He shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter so he won't get confused when he gets back. But you can't tell anybody about this, okay? You can pretend you never saw me. But, I mean, okay, bye. I won't tell anyone that you're going. I have to tell someone. You know, we're in it together. We're the besties, after all. I don't care if I get in trouble. Don't do it all by yourself. Cove's heart expression wavered. You could tell that he hadn't expected you to say that.
Really?
You don't think it's a bad idea or something? I mean, I don't know, but you're doing it anyways. I should too. It might be a bad idea. It's not a big deal, right? We're gonna have fun. Nope, it's like we're going on an adventure. Okay. Adventure! Let's go. An adventure? He lips curved into a smile.
Okay.
You can come. Yeah, we convinced him. You grinned, pleased that he gave in so easily. You thought it might take longer since he was so set on going alone. You turned a bit in the middle of the sidewalk, and so did Cove when he saw. You put it over your shoulder with a thumb. Let's go to my house first. I can get my backpack. We can't. Sorry. If we're gonna be away, I better take some stuff. It's not that. I don't want our parents to catch us. Your moms could think it's weird we have bags. They might ask. We don't have a lot of time anyway. He motioned to his backpack, petting it with his hand. Its front bulged out slightly.
It's okay.
I packed snacks. It'll be alright. You were taken aback. There was gonna be food to eat? You thought of everything. Cool, let's get going. Cove smiled. He seemed to be in much better spirits than when you first ran into him. You were glad. He wasn't always this upbeat. That was fine, though. Otherwise he wouldn't be Cove. But you liked seeing him. Cove took the first step, and you mirrored him. As one, both of you ran up the street. You were off to places unknown. You ran through the first few neighborhoods like that, your feet pounding on concrete. Whenever one of you got tired, you'd take a break for a minute. The moment there was a sound, you'd be off again, in case someone you knew might realize what you were up to. Because of how cautious you were, the two of you didn't run into anyone, not even other kids enjoying their summer. It was like you were spies or superheroes with secret identities to protect on the run from bad guys. As exciting as it was, you were still glad when you got the opportunity to take a proper break. Cove waited for you to stop once you got out of the residential district. The houses disappeared, broad storefronts taking their place. You were all the way in the business part of town. This was the first time you had come here on foot, before one of your moms always drove you to this place in their car. Cove leaned up against a nearby tree and wiped sweat off his forehead. You braced your hands on your knees, breathing hard, and you looked over at the road ahead. We're... so far. A strange expression flickered across Cove's face at your words. Before he nodded, he spoke again, still huffing. Mom's bring me and Lizzie here for shopping. Yeah, I've never been here before. Not without Dad. He looked pleased by that. We're doing good. It's not even nighttime. I'm sure everything's fine. You felt good too. You didn't even think Lizzie had been this far by herself. So here you were with Cove, so you weren't alone. But still, this was great. Cove slid his backpack off and unzipped it. You watched curiously as he stuffed a hand in it and searched for something. To your delight, he pulled out 2 juice boxes and offered one to you. Apple juice. Apple juice. Here. Thank you. I was getting thirsty. The two of you took a moment to unwrap the straws and poke them into the spherical circle, the special circle, part of the box. The juice was warm, but still good. You sighed contentedly after your first sip. Your throat was beginning to ache from how dry it had gotten. It really had been a while since this all started. As you took another sip of your juice, your key drifted to Cove's bag. He hadn't closed it yet. What else is in there? There's still a few juice boxes left. He burned inside and began to list off the items he had as he spotted them. I got some snacks from the kitchen too. Chips, muffins, bananas, candy. That was already a lot, but he kept excavating more. I also took a couple clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit from my dad's bathroom, and a blanket. Oh my god, he got everything in there. Professional running away. I mean, what? We're not running away. It's just fun. It's a little game. Oh, and some money my dad gave me a while ago that I haven't spent yet. Your mouth made a small oh halfway through his lengthy list. You brought a lot of stuff. I would have thought to grab a flashlight or a first aid kit. I told you I was going away. You didn't know what to say to that. The little smile Cove had been wearing earlier was gone by now, like it had never been there in the first place. Oh my god, he faked in his smile. You watched as he zipped up his backpack and slipped it on. He settled walking without a single glance over at you, though he did still take small, unhappy sips of his juice. For some time, the two of you went forward in complete silence. The more ground you covered, the more serious Cove seemed to become. He hadn't looked at you or said anything in a while. He'd just taken your empty juice box from you and stowed it away in his bag. That was it. Oh my gosh. We love someone who doesn't litter. You knew had to be more to all this. For him, it wasn't a fun adventure. It never was. The sun dislodged itself from its place in the sky, dipping lower and lower. The street lamps came on. It was as if they were anticipating nightfall. Ooh. Should we convince him to go back or should we keep walking? Should we keep going? Alright, we've gone this far. I'm sure there's nothing else going on under the layers here, you know? I might sneeze again. One moment. No, I think I'm okay. Never mind. Alright. Convince? Okay. Hey, Cove. Cove finally turned to look at you. You gave him your best attempt at a warm smile. It's gonna be dark soon. We should head back. To your dismay, he scowled and shook his head immediately. I'm not going back. I can't. But what about your dad? He'll be fine. I left him a letter. If you want to leave, you can. I'm gonna keep going. There was no changing his mind, you realized. He was doing this with or without you. Well, I mean, we can't leave the boy on his own. You wanted to go home, but not without Cove. Leaving him all alone would make much worse. Alright, I'm coming with you. His features softened in the slightest bit of your response. You got the feeling he was relieved by your decision to stay. The two of you continued to trudge past the storefronts. Silence fell over you again. You had no idea how to break it, or even if you wanted to. People said this was a really tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely gigantic. Eventually the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, only a long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Not even that was enough to stop him. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. The hunch you had about Ko's possible destination soon became a certainty. There was only one way out of town after all. Your feet hurt. You were tired. The two of you didn't have any parents with you, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a very rare occasion that you'd see the sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limits. Oh, by the way, Sunset Bird, I think Sunset Bird is a, it's a fictional town that's supposed to be set in California, I believe. Is what the developer, Dupatch Games, said, at least. So we're in California, I believe. If anybody was, like, curious. The endless roads ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you. You glanced at Cove. You had made it here just before nightfall, but now what? Outside of town there was nothing. How would he get to where he wanted to go? Cove, however, didn't falter. He kept walking. As he neared the sign, he finally stopped. That was a relief. He took off his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs beneath him. You lowered yourself to beside the boy as he zipped his bag open and rummaged through it again.
Whoa.
What snack do you want? You're almost taken aback by his voice. It had been a while since you last heard it. Pursing your lips, you recalled the snacks that he listed off earlier. I want... banana. He pulled out a banana for you and a muffin for him. After passing you your food, he took a big bite out of the top of his muffin. He peered over at your friend. He stared at the path still ahead with a solemn expression. You turned away. The sun had set sometime after you finished eating. Now it was dark, apart from the faint moonlight. You watched as Cove grabbed the flashlight from his bag. What are we gonna do? Sleep out here?
I guess.
He was speaking dispensively again. Cove flicked the flashlight on. A beam of light cut through the darkness, weakly illuminating the area you sat in. You pulled your knees up to your chest, wrapping your arms around them. You weren't cold. Summer nights were still sort of warm. You just felt like it. Is it okay if I ask something? Cove's focus didn't waver from the road, but he nodded. Why do you want to leave Sunset Bird so bad? At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. I was okay. But when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move somewhere else first. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued.
It's not fair.
Why can't I even see her anymore? Aw. He used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes. I'm gonna go myself. I don't need anyone to take me. They left. Oh, you're visitors? That's good. You're finally free. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? That's such a bad idea. This was all just too much. And you started to cry. Just started straight up bawling. Your directions, you're being selfish. How are you gonna get to her new place? He just wanted to see his mom. Maybe you would have had the idea to run away too if you were Cove, but that doesn't mean it'll work. I'll walk there. I brought supplies. Isn't it really far? Cove was silent for a moment. He poked a hole in his perfect plan. Then he shook his head. He was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go see Mom, then she's... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He suddenly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down to his cheeks. You frowned at the sight. No matter what, you hated seeing him cry. What'll happen? Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that, so it must be true for Cove's mom too. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You're at a standstill. Everything will be okay if we go back home. We can't stay here forever, and we can't go back out there. We've got to go back. Well, I mean, we can't really stay out. We can't go out there, and we can't stay here. That is true. Bo slipped out of his... Oop. Bo slipped out of his leash, and you know what? His ass can stay outside. It's like, you know what? Stay out there. Let's go ahead. Another save. Okay, we can't do this anymore, Cove. We gotta go home. Cove's brows furrowed, a scowl appearing on his lips. He turned away from you. You stared at his back. You couldn't just stop. Please, Cove. After a few minutes of sullen silence, Cove twisted back around. He wouldn't look you in the eye. Okay. Let's go. I don't want you to get in trouble. I don't want something bad to happen. He was doing it for you. It gave you a warm feeling inside, even if you wish he didn't want to leave in the first place. And that was that. Together, you walked away from the exit sign. Legit not running after him. I'm done. Your feet hurt a lot by this point, and you were so tired, but you convinced him. You were bringing Cove home, and that's what mattered. On the long walk back, it was only thanks to the occasional street lamp and faint moonlight that you could see in the dark at night. You were content to stick close together. Sometimes your drowsy walking caused one of you to almost bump into the other. The back of your hand brushed his. Ooh, and you noticed Cove took a hold of your hand. We're always the one putting out our hand for him. It's his turn now. Cove glanced at you sheepishly. His fingers curled around your palm, and you held on in response. The two of you continued down the street, hand in hand. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew that was at one moment you were fighting and the drooping of your eyelids while shuffling your Cove on the sidewalk, and the next you were snapped back to attention by the blaring beep of a horn. Had that for an alarm. Cove froze. You whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. I mean, I think we have a feeling of who it is. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom! She shouted back, not just because there was some distance between you and her. Where have you kids been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I was trying to help Cove. She stopped looking at you and stood staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. In turn, Cove gripped your hand tighter. This was hard to face. Guilt ate you up from the inside. Get in. Let's get you two home. That, at least, made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you've done today. You yanked open the side door, slipped inside the back seat, and then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. You followed him wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror. The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do. Not at all. Shamefaced, you both nodded as one. I'm sorry, Miss Ursa. Sorry, Mom. She softened immediately. Not enough to actually let it go, though. You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started the car up again and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense. We're back. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness! You found both of them! Yes, I did. They were walking down the main street together. What were you two doing there in this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy, and there were dried tear tracks stuck to his cheeks. I had to see my mom. Dae didn't want me to go alone. Your mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if they could read each other's minds. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Where was she? She must have finished whatever she was doing that morning ages ago. Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep, the same way you should have been. She went out early to look for the two of you when she accidentally found out you were both missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but you made her sick with worry. Said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find either of you. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed the discomfort. You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far, or separated by a wall, so you heard your mom's talking softly. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing. That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. I mean, when a kid's grieving the divorce of his parents and he can't see his mom anymore. Like, I don't know really what you can really do about that. I mean, maybe Mr. Holden should have done a better job at, like, trying to, like, talk it out with him. I mean, there's, like, the whole that talk about how he didn't know when he was going to see her again. Like, his mom again. Or, you know, or if he could even, like, go to her. Or she would come to them. So maybe they should have, like, his parents should have, like, talked to each other a little bit more about that. And try to give him a more set answer instead of, we don't know. Maybe never again. TEXD. Of course, you know, like I said, it doesn't excuse him running away, but still, it's kind of, you know, boy's going through it right now. It's, it's that the parents' divorce trauma, like we've been saying. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
Is that all right?
I'll call, then go to the front to tell everyone's still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hon. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. This is so weird. What is? Everyone was looking for me. They all know I tried to leave. I kind of want to run away again and not come back this time, so I don't have to see them again. Bitch! Please never run away again. Cole looked guilty for even suggesting that, despite it not being serious. I won't. Not for real. Before he could say anything else, the front door opened. Her mom was back, with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son. God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened, like he'd been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched in spasm as they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're alright too, Dae. And he looked at your mom's. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully. I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
It's okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff. Really, it couldn't be helped, in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Yeah, I mean, an incident like this was kind of brewing from the beginning. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Exactly. We're just happy the kids are safe and sound. Not for the first time that day. You recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. He's getting better at running away. The distance is getting bigger and bigger each time. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore. Promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holding thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully, although he made a face. Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I'll bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dae. You're welcome, Cove. A tiny smile flitted across his lips. There, and then gone. I got him and he is scared. Why is Bo scared? What did you do to him? What did you do to the boy? Let's do a hug goodbye. We did this. Had this most core memory experience together. Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. His embrace was tight but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right up to bed with no more discussion on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. There were none too pleased that you joined Cove despite knowing that he wanted to leave. As punishment, your mom took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch your shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late, and without telling anyone, you could have gotten hurt. Or worse. He's in jail because he needs a bath because he got into jail for Bo. Jail for the muddy boy. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. You didn't know what he was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. Now, I'm not sure if I agree with that or not. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. Now that I can agree with. But still. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word you used that you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. I need a nap. Well, go sleep, Becca. Go get some rest. Go sleep right now. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped by you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal, as they had to. Summer kept going, and you kept having experiences that you shared with Cove. Well, actually, summer's actually ending right now, because we just did the whole thing. Man, that was a pretty eventful summer, from start to finish. Honestly, I can't really say if I would do the same thing in Cove's situation. I mean, there was a time that I did run away, but without like the intention of running away. I remember I was playing in the backyard when I was a wee cub, and my mom told me that my dad was coming down to pick me up so I could go to his house and I could play with my nephews and all that. And I didn't want to. I think I wanted to go to my aunt's house. I don't think I really wanted to go anywhere. I think I wanted to stay home. But I think, oh well, if I have to go somewhere, I'm gonna go to my aunt's house instead. So I got on my bike. Apparently she didn't know I knew how to ride a bike. So I just got on my bike and I just left. I just went on my way. I didn't remember the exact route to her house because I was doing pretty good at first. I was going like the route that I remembered going with my mom, but I ended up taking a wrong turn somewhere, and I ended up in an area that I didn't recognize. So I was just kind of like aimlessly like riding around, and eventually I saw that there was like a hill, and I knew that my aunt lived on top of one. So I just started walking up with my bike, and all of a sudden I heard, "Dae!" And I turned around. Thank you for the lurk, imp. And I turned around, and there was my dad walking up the street with my little nephew in hand, and he was like, "Get down here right now!" And I was in big trouble after that. I don't really remember much about it. I don't think they really punished me, but still, that nobody was really too happy. Apparently they had gotten like a whole group of people out to go looking for me. But I was just like, I just wanted to go to my aunt's house. I didn't want to go to my dad. But that was the closest I ever came to running away. People said like to call it me running away. Which, I mean, they're not wrong. But still, it wasn't intentional like that. I was going to come back. I just didn't remember. I just took the wrong turn. I know how to get to her house now though, so I mean, if I ever want to run away to her house again, I will not miss it. But yeah, alright. And then summer ended. Grandpa, I did not forget. I was a child. I couldn't remember. I was like 7. Move to the next step? Yes. Summer's over. Me running away at 6. I'm gonna come back. Like I said, I wasn't running away. I had the intention of coming back. I just wanted to go away for a little bit. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You'd like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting it ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I don't know. I didn't know they have magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. We did. Oh no, we're so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How do you figure that one out? Because I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. He looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset, though. Just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Okay, thank you for the look and the munch and the sip. Oh my gosh. I had a little bit of a tea left, and now I get my a little cookie as a treat. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Becca. Oh shit, I don't know how to close this. There we go. Let's check got crumbs everywhere. Wait. Yeah, summer ain't over yet. Can't we just play a little longer? Mom looked down at you with a sigh, and you clapped your hands together to give your plea to some extra appeal. Well, what's dinner tomorrow? You immediately nodded in agreement with a very clever offer, shifting closer to Lizzie since your parents couldn't possibly resist the power of you two combined. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well... Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which she took as an agreement. I decided the bed is calling again, so I shall lay and watch. Yes, okay. Get you your rest a little bit. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get that seashell bracelet, tins and trinkets. Ooh, maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? Don't I get a say in this? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes. She was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself. Doesn't the wind know that summer is not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction of your brothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cope was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. My boy Cove! Cope gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something he quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back and then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. Oh my god, he's not that good. It was a good toss, that was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock the rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back down almost right after you tossed it. You know, we'll be nice. We'll say it was a good toss. You looked for your own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw to. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk, a few feet away, and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove, looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. How'd you get it? I was jet skiing. Really? Cove narrowed his eyes a little. Yeah, why would I lie? I didn't mean it like that. He then continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski.
Well,
Well, you see there. I wasn't. Oh. Clove let out a huff, popping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're going to like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head and then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and then when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
Oh no. You'd never had to move before, but you thought that you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all the new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later? Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. It's probably going to take him some time to really get truly used to it. You settle back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. This can be your home. This can be your home now. It's a really nice home if you give it a chance. Cove didn't respond to that. He just tightened his arm around his knees, resting his chin on them. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course, I mean, where am I gonna go? Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? For a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. He spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you first started going to school, you'd absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to the strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. I'll make sure you do. Cove laughed, just a little, but you grinned, proud that you were able to drag one out of him when he was obviously feeling down. Even still, a second later his eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely try to help, what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. It sounded your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance. Yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Dae, thanks. It was nice. But you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. And that was that. In between. I'm good. How are you today, Ep? Oh my gosh. Okay, we're already here in the next step. So honestly, I'm gonna go ahead. Can I go back? Okay, let me go ahead and save here. And then we'll end it there for today. I'm glad you're doing good, Em. Always glad to hear you guys are doing well. Oh yeah, there we go. We did a... What the fuck? Something went terribly wrong. What happened? My chat. Oh well. My god. BB started working, but then the chat stopped working. I'll have to fix that later. Very unfortunate, but yeah. Wow. Don't worry, I'll fix it after stream today. No chat. Yeah, I turned it off. See, when I turn it back on, it looks like that. But yes. Remember, here are the Discord and Twitters if you guys would like to follow or join.
Thank you for fun stream.
You are very welcome, BB and Jack and everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys enjoyed the game. Like I said, it is one of my favorite visual novels of all time, just because it does a lot of stuff a little bit differently than your typical visual novel does. So I hope you guys enjoy it. If not, too bad, because we're going to be playing more of it in the future. It's interesting. Yeah. I'm glad we're actually able to get the first step done today in a good amount of time. I still don't like Cliff. Well, get ready for step 2. I'm sure you'll even love him even more then. But yeah, we shall see. So, be expecting that to be amongst the schedule. Where's my calendar?
I'm going to
go.
send him to jail.
All right, BB. That's fair. That is fair indeed. Okay, let me go ahead. Alright, there we go. I just now finished the schedule for next week on my calendar. I haven't actually made the actual visual template yet. But yes. So, and with that, it's Friday, so I'm not gonna be seeing you guys till Monday. So I hope you guys have a good weekend. Get up to some fun stuff, or not. You know, tell me all about it when we come back together on Monday. Let's see, who should we raid today? I'm not going to bed. It ain't good not. I gotta go eat some pizza. Let's see. We could go raid Fox. Yeah, Fox. That's what I was thinking. Fox Trooper. So let's go ahead and raid Fox. I believe they are playing Hunt Showdown. Looks like Kira is there and Baron VT. So we shall do that. I hope I said his name right. No, I don't want to clip that. I don't want to clip this. Oh, not Trooper. There we go. So if you guys like the Hunt Showdown, or if not, let's just go hang out with Fox. You know what? Let's just hang out, you know? It's not always about the game. It's just about the experience of being together. But yeah. So I'm going to be looking over all the stuff that went wrong in this stream and try to fix that. And I'll be getting the schedule started so that I can post it on Sunday. And you guys will be able to see that on the Twitter or on Discord. I am in Discord, see y'all, yeah. And yeah. I gotta go do my little Honkai dailies before I forget, and then I'll eat some pizza, and yeah. Give me pizza.
Give me pizza day.
I will. I will share with you, BB, don't worry. I have 4 slices of pizza. 2 for me, 2 for you. There we go. Yeah, so there we go. I shall see you guys on Monday. If not before that, probably in... Which I'll probably also see you guys in the chat and some of my friends' streams as well. That's where I shall be in the lurking. But yeah, so I hope you guys have a good weekend. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you may be. And I'll see you guys in the next one on Monday. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.